It's day 2 of the challenge, and we have even more exciting matches in store for you today. Will we see more reverse sweeps and double match points? Any surprising results? Well, it's time to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are back for day 2, and we are ready to jump back into our Brawl Stars action, especially after everything that we saw yesterday. I'm expecting today to be just as exciting. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, and of course, we've got the crew on the sofas ready to go. Trav, Sunny, and Ark. And the real question is, Trav, have you recovered from yesterday's matches?
Just about. I'm just getting back into it. My voice has returned, and I'm feeling pretty good about today's matches too. Feeling we've got some bangers lined up.
We literally had everything yesterday apart from a 3-0. It was very close matches. We had the reverse sweep. And yeah, I don't expect today to be any less interesting.
I'll be honest, I don't think I have quite recovered yet. It had it all, didn't it? But no doubt today is going to have the same kind of upsets, twists and turns. I cannot wait.
Absolutely. And we have a lot that we have to talk about here today before we even start getting into our matches. So we're going to knock things off the list real quick here, starting with reminding you to follow us on social media. Okay, if you want to stay up to date with all the action we're about to talk about, make sure you are on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, watching us in our live streams so you know exactly what happens the entire summer. And if you want to hang out with us some more, join the Discord. You can head on over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join our community. Chat all things Brawl Stars, hang out everybody. It's just going to be a good time and a great way to spend your summer. So make sure that you are doing that. Now we're going to talk about how the event works. If you are new here and you don't know, then we're going to give you a bit of a rundown. If you've already been here before, this is just a refresher. Trav, can you explain it for him?
Well, we're already through a decent amount of this by now, actually. We had all the Open Cups even before this, and then the Open Finals, which is what it says right there at the start. We had 4 teams from Open 1, 4 teams from Open 2, and 8 teams landed in the challenge phase, where we started yesterday. Today we're on day 2 of that, and we've got another 5 after today. And then the top 4 from the leaderboards go to the challenge finals, which will be held in Cologne at Gamescom. It will be a thrilling time with some cash on the line. Then we'll do it all again for Season 4, and it'll be great.
Yeah, it's not just this summer that's packed with Brawl Stars action. There's a lot coming your way, okay? So just make sure you guys are up to date on all of that. And you talked about it. Finals at Gamescom. It's going to be epic. That's where everybody wants to be, because not only is it the chance to be named the challenge champion, Sunny, but there is some serious cash on the line.
The players do not only play for honor and glory. With $50,000 on the line, nobody goes out empty-handed out of this challenge season. The first place already takes home $20,000. I mean, I would take that.
I think all of us would take it. I mean, you could be playing, Sunny.
I work hard for it.
You could be playing for it.
I could. Maybe next
Sadly,
time.
you won't be taking it, though, so...
No faith in...
If I'm in a team with you, I agree.
Well, if you're on a team with me, that's 20,000 right in the pocket instantly.
As long as Terra is in the meta, maybe.
Maybe that combination plus the spine tackles. We'll see if the spine tackles are on point here today. It's yet to be seen. We got to talk about the schedule, though, because that's where that could potentially kick in for you, Trav. Ark, though, walk us through some of these matches, because once again, we've got some really fun matchups.
We really have, honestly. To kick things off as match number 1, Foot Esports versus Zeta Division. That is going to be an absolute blinder. SK following that versus Team Queso for match number 2. That I feel is going to be quite close actually as well. Got some history there as well we'll discuss later. Humble versus Navi as match number 3. And Mr. Doza versus A&R as our final match of the day.
All right. Now that everybody in chat knows the times to expect everything and how it works, one of the things we actually didn't get a chance to talk about yesterday, and I'm excited that we can bring this to everybody at home too, is we're upping the stakes even more. If you didn't know that this was how it works, we're going to take a look at the Road to Finals leaderboard because this could potentially completely change the standings here, Trav. Can you explain to everybody at home why?
Yeah, I mean, this is the road to the Brawl Stars World Finals for the Brawl Stars Championship. And at the moment, Zeta Division, Reply Totem, and Navi are sitting in those World Final spots, whereas Humble, Foot Esports, Ammo Fantasy, and A&R are just below in the LCQ spots. And then I believe SK Gaming are sitting down just in 8th. So it's influential for all of these teams to be here in the Snapdragon Pro Series this season because we've got BSC points on the line down at Gamescom. So all of these teams are going to be wanting to make it to the Challenge Finals to have a chance at getting the maximum reward of 100 points. And it's so influential because it's going to be post last monthly final, and that means it's going to decide who goes to Worlds or the LCQ.
Yeah, and for me as well, we're going to point out there's certain teams on that list that didn't make it to the challenge season. So teams like Reply Totem are in a perilous position now because they can only really watch from the sidelines to see what happens with other teams, and that is going to have a serious knock-on effect. And post monthly finals of the BSC, they're going to have to watch and possibly hope and pray that the odds go their way.
So we'll be keeping you guys updated on not only our challenge season leaderboard, but as we get towards those finals, you'll be able to see which teams are doing well and how those points could potentially affect them when it comes to Worlds. So it's going to be very cool. These are the specific breakdown of those points that you were talking about here, Trav. When we get to those challenge finals, this is how much they can win. Like you said, the equivalent of the monthly finals. It's huge.
I mean, even 44 points for 4th can make so much of a difference against, between a lot of those spaces. And obviously people are going to be wanting to instantly qualify to the World Finals instead of last chance qualifiers. But for a team like SK Gaming, that 100 points up top when they're sitting down in 8th is so massive, considering, we've only got a couple of monthly finals left at that alone. So they need this. They need to get to that top 4, get to Gamescom, and then have an even bigger chance of making it to the Worlds.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's why we had to explain some extra stuff today, because it's an important season for a lot of these teams. Like I said, we'll be keeping you updated on everything. If things are changing, you will know. And now it is time for us to start talking about the gameplay. Before we get into the matches today, though, after the banger of a day we had yesterday, we need to kind of reminisce just a little bit, because right out the gate, and Sunny, you got to sit here and kind of do the analysis side of things when it came to that match number 1. So let's talk about it a little bit, because it was practically a finals matchup just to start off the entire season.
The two teams that started off the entire season, like you just said, were Navi and A&R, and it was already a reverse sweep. Navi was in the lead with 2-0 already when A&R came in and swept the thing around. It was Bell's Rock, the map that decided everything for them, the turning point in that story. We did see a lot of Sam picks on both sides, worked a bit better for Navi. Later on, A&R came in clutch with what they do best usually, long range. Brawl Ball looked so spectacular. We had a crazy goal there coming in from A&R as well. In the end, it did work out for them. We didn't all expect that, because Navi was looking so strong in recent times, and I do expect them to look even better today.
Yeah, and also we've got to point out some fantastic moments there as well. Mavis was doing phenomenal work for the majority of it for A&R, and despite, on that surge pick in double swoosh, the observation of Navi to really deprive him of earning those stacks, I think worked out very well. But Humble and Zeta also, it was a fantastic match to watch, and it had really so much going on, didn't it? I mean, back and forth all the way in a very similar fashion as we saw A&R versus Navi. The 3-2 scoreline in favor of Zeta, very close stuff.
Yeah, I will say, it was tough for a lot of our teams here today, and we're going fast through them because now we're on to Mr. Doza versus Team Queso as well, but all the matches before this were absolutely incredible as well. But coming into this one, I kind of question if Team Queso were even, the top dog in this matchup. I thought Mr. Doza may be coming into this one with a bit more, let's say, experience this year throughout a lot of the competitions. They've showed their face a lot more in good places than Team Queso have, so I thought maybe they'd be able to take it, but in the end, Team Queso did manage to clutch up and take this one 3-1, and that's going to say something. That's probably our most convincing scoreline of the day, and it was close at that as well.
And again, in the end, we didn't have a single 3-0. Maybe today is gonna be the day that this changes. So far, the leaderboard shows which 4 teams won yesterday. SK Gaming, Team Queso, A&R, and Zeta Division already standing comfortably with this single point they got so far.
And today we'll get to see which teams will try to maintain that perfect record heading out of week number 1, which will set themselves up well for the remaining weeks in our challenge season. I mean, after what I said in the open, like we said, we had multiple games go the full 5, multiple double match points, and some reverse sweeps. And this could be a contributing reason to it. We got a chance to get some stats pulled here. We can talk about the top brawlers that we saw from yesterday alone. Arc, I mean, Carl 27 times.
It's a very, very good pick to have. It's just so aggressive, and many of the game modes which require that early start, Carl can really come in, obtain that blue star and bounty, gain some mid control as well. Be though still, despite recent little tweak to her in terms of a nerf and having her reduction to earn super, still very, very versatile in that respect as well. Gus is very much of a similar story, very much a first pick brawler at the moment. Squeak 2 as well, having a great run of things, and a lot of those brawlers are really high up in the bans as well as that. So teams taking no chances in many of those respects. Shelly as well always is a huge, huge threat. More often than not, she is banned, and if she weren't, she'd absolutely be taking that top spot.
And it'll be cool for us to follow that throughout the season too, and see if how those numbers kind of fluctuate and change. See what our teams are doing to adapt to each other's kind of picks and ban strategies. So, because we talked about how important the drafts can be for some of our teams, specifically when you guys were talking about A&R in the very first matchup of the day, and we'll see how that works out for them this time around, because it's time for us to start talking about our first match of the day, which is actually going to be between Zeta and Foot to kick it off. You mentioned earlier on, Trev, it's going to be a really good matchup, so what can we expect?
I mean, to be honest, I'm about to get off and walk off in rage because, I'm getting denied all of the good games, or at least the best games on paper. Zeta Division against Foot Esports, and yesterday I missed out on Foot Esports versus SK Gaming. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I feel like these guys have got some kind of vendetta against me, not allowing me to see these games. But looking at the Foot Esports roster, Semantic, Linane, and Trage, they really are a very, very mechanically skilled roster. It's kind of just a question of whether or not they turn up on the day, I feel. Some days they're on top of the world, and some days they're kind of down in the dumps.
Sometimes, again, it comes down to the draft, and what the Zeta Division always shows is an incredible draft. Mechanically, they're just as skilled as Foot Esports, I believe. They faced each other in split 1, both of them qualified through that split, but Foot Esports won 3-1, pushing down and knocking down Zeta Division in the lower bracket.
I've got to say as well, there's a lot of background history between these two teams. Foot Esports did fail in the cup stages of Split 1 to really get much of a win over Zeta Division. Zeta Division came out on top in Cups 2, 3, 4, and 5. So Foot Esports are going to want to get the revenge. Sure, they did so, in the Open Finals with that big scoreline which they were able to obtain against Zeta Division in the upper bracket, that 3-1, which did place Zeta down to the lower bracket and forced them to have to fight for their tournament lives. They did do so. They got through the bracket, beating A&R towards the end and making their way to the challenge season. But nonetheless, this is a very much a back and forth vendetta history that goes on between these two teams, and for Esports today need to carry on as they left off. And after that defeat yesterday against SK Gaming, the question for me is, do for Esports have that mental going into this match, because it is a very important one for them.
Some really awesome highlights there we got a chance to see from yesterday. And then on the other side of things, we've got to talk about Zeta Division, okay? Because this is gonna be a great match, Sunny. I'm just really excited for this one.
The roster of Zeta Division is Garo, Noe, and Meow. They have been playing for quite a while together. Inso got freshly added to the roster as the coach, and it shows in their draft. I have to say, Inso knows what he does. Zeta Division not only shines with their plays, but also with the draft once again. And I don't know, they just seem to be walking through every single Open Cup. They won 4 of them. They faced Foot Esports in those 4 and came on top every single time. Like Arker already said, only in the Open Finals then Foot had revenge. This match today is going to be deciding who is really the winner over the other team.
I say in my eyes, it doesn't matter. They can beat him in the cups, but if you lose when it matters, that's going to be a problem. And Foot Esports managed to win when it matters, so maybe they'll be able to do the same today. And they need to after a pretty dreadful start to the challenge season. They lost against SK Gaming yesterday. Foot Esports desperately need a win, whereas Zeta Division, they did just about manage to scrape a win against Humble. And I will say, they had some moments, but they didn't look too great doing it. And I think that was maybe some of the worst we've seen Zeta play in a while. Yes, Foot kind of were the same. They played pretty poorly as well, but it's just a question of who's going to show up in a better form today, I think.
That's my concern a little bit for Zeta. I expected that to be a much more one-sided affair. And Humble, to their credit, did do a fantastic job of withstanding the heat. But was it Humble playing out of their minds, or was it Zeta playing a little bit cautiously and a little bit nervously? That's my worry for that. But we cannot forget, Zeta Division in the BSC have had 3 monthly finals wins. The only monthly final that was won outside of that was to Navi back in April. They are still the team to beat in this region, but they are starting to show a little sign of potential falter. And if today we can see for Esports really drive this victory through, it will open things up massively, because in my opinion, Zeta Division and SK Gaming really are the teams to beat in this challenge season. So it would help alleviate a little bit away from that defeat from yesterday to be able to look to the rest of the challenge season with an open mind.
And it hasn't been a lot of time, but they've got the time in between their matches yesterday to today to maybe work on those small tweaks that they want to make, or make those changes to kind of fix the flaws in their gameplay. Either way, I think that it's going to be a fantastic way yet again to kick off the day. And while we continue to let the rest of these highlights play out, let's talk about predictions, because then picks and bans are going to come up shortly after. So how do you think this is going to go here, Trav?
As much as I want to say, I think for Esports will, bring it back and have a 1-1 scoreline by the end of today. I just don't really see it happening. I've said Zeta Division, they didn't look great yesterday, but they always seem to come out on top no matter what. So I kind of think it's going to be 3-1 to Foot, and they'll be taking yet another 3-1 loss.
Zeta Division is also the 2 monthly final winners. As Trev just said, they somehow make it work when it counts. I already went with Foot Esports yesterday and it didn't work out, so maybe today, reverse psychology, I'm just gonna go with Zeta Division as well. I'm gonna say a 3-1 for them.
Okay. All right, and then Ark, where do you stand?
For me, I do think that Esports will look back upon yesterday and quickly notice the error of their ways, which for me lied within the draft, because their drafting is normally very, very good. I do feel like this could be a day for them to pick themselves up. I think it will go all the way, however. I'm going to say 3-2 to Foot.
Ooh. Ooh.
Go on.
Yeah, elaborate.
Do I need to?
Can't make those kinds of noises and not.
Do I need to elaborate? He thinks Foot are going to win, and they might do, but statistically, you can't root against Zeta.
It was 3-2 yesterday against Humble. Are Foot, in your opinion, better or less than Humble?
Oh, I don't even know at this point.
Good answer.
Depends how they show up on the day, as I said.
True.
Even more specifically, do you think it's going to be a reverse sweep in order to get to the 3-2 as we see the picks and bans pop up? Because we had a couple yesterday.
I don't know if my spine is tingling quite as much, to be able to say, in all honesty, because it could be that match that does go all the way, and I think it will be, but it could also be one where Foot don't quite get it right. They showed signs of that yesterday as the draft's coming in. Yeah. Let's go for a reverse sweep. Why not? Carl Band, Squeak Band, and Shelly Band for Foot, Ash, and the Squeak and the Mr. P Band on the side of Zeta Division. A very early pick for Hard Rock Mine from Zeta of the Penny. Not necessarily too convinced on it, but a lot of mid potential here for gem carriers on the side of Foot. They do like a lot of 8-bit ideas as well. Crow's actually being sort of coming for a little bit more so in terms of the drafting metas now as well. But and it is going to be 8-bit. I think that's the way forwards. The G cartridge is such a great gadget to be able to get away with those gems, and that is going to though encourage a bit of an aggressive response. However, I feel from Zeta Division here, so they've got to be able to back this up with something of a side lane aggressor to be able to alleviate that slightly.
They definitely have still a lot of options for mids as well, and I, contrary to you, do like the Penny pick at the start. It's usually not one to be picked right at the start, but it has a lot of potential to either be played in mid, be played on the side. It doesn't have too many counters, and ever since the rework of Penny, she's just been thriving in the meta, and now your favorite brawler comes in. As you just mentioned, Crow, obviously a very good pick here on Hard Rock Mine with the slow intoxing. He's just been ever looking strong. With that gadget, you can turn around the whole game used at the right moment.
I'm going to reverse the reverse of your liking the Penny pick, because I like it, but personally I'd take both 8-bit and Crow over Penny as a first pick. I mean, it's a good versatile brawler, right, as you say, but I don't know if it's a first pick material.
Disappointed. You look disappointed.
the spine isn't tingling. We have the Otis now as the second pick for Zeta Division. They have the pick now as well. Need to go with something that can't really be countered by Foot Esports. They still need a mid as well. Against the 8-bit, I would quite like a Bell here, maybe a Max. Both could work well, especially with the Otis together there. Let's see with what they will go with in the end. Foot then with the last pick though already have a very strong pickup of that 8-bit and Crow. Looking fierce. And now I have to look disappointed as well. I disagree.
Glad you said it.
I don't really like that bow pick. You don't seem to either.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said it, so I don't have to.
Okay, well, we know Trav's feelings. I'm gonna need you two to continue to discuss your feeling as you move over to the other side of the studio, because I need to send you away. No to bow? Okay. Well, you gotta go get ready to cast match number 1.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah.
What are we doing today?
Stu to finalize the draft as well. See, that is the kind of aggressor that I was hoping to see on the side of Zeta. But the bow pick, it just feels like they've got a lot of conflicting ideas. The Otis there was quite smart from Zeta. I do like that because they were a little bit worried that Foot would come back with something of a tankier idea. Yeah. They've got to have an insurance policy. But, you know, Bo and Penny...
I now have to side with Foot Esports here as well. They do have to buy the draft. I would pick that one if I had to play this match out. Also the Stu, just to trigger those bow mines. And that's the thing. I always see bow thriving in like lower tiers because they don't know how to trigger bow mines correctly. But if any of those players is gonna get hit and stunned by a bow mine, you get me laughing.
I don't necessarily hate the bow. It's one of my favorite brawlers actually because it is so versatile. We do see teams making mistakes when it comes to those mines. Actually, it's going to be Lena on the Stu, which is definitely a great idea, but you know, we tend to see Semantic take the reins on it. He's going to be playing the Crow on the right-hand side. Already though, 2 gems to the pocket of Drage, and Lena has already been pushed up upon on that left-hand side. So have to tread cautiously moving forwards, but you know, there's early stages prior to that damage booster going down for Drage. That speed zone gear is going to be providing him a great deal amount of maneuverability as Lenan goes in, gets a couple of taps for his time. 4 gems now to the 2.
That's 2 pick, and 8-bit pick is something we see quite often on our hard rock line for all the reason Ark just mentioned. Drage now with the damage booster gets already 5 gems above his head. Zeta Division really needs a better start here. As soon as 8-bit has his turret, it's going to be even harder for them to push mid here. A lot of damage output from Drage. Gero is immediately half-life here. No, he can't really push up his lane on the side. Lena doing a fantastic job against Meow. They do have Penny turret now. Lena goes down. Maybe that's the chance for Zeta Division to turn things around now.
Yeah, Semantic there, and Lenan going down means that Drage is forced back into spawn, and Gary there placing the mines in the mid is going to obviously be a big concern for Drage. He's going to be very slow and sluggish outside of that plugged-in star power within the damage booster, which is almost going down as a result of Nowie's shots there as well on the right-hand side. They need to start to move forwards and gain back some mid-control here, and they need their aggressive ideas on these lanes from Lenan, but then he goes down the right-hand side as well. Good slow from Semantic, but the Salty Barrel is going to take a lot of these shots, and he might also go down with the help there of Gary in the mid, which he does, and Zeta are bringing this back.
They are. How are they doing this? Gero now with 9 gems. Only need to pick up 1 more. It's going to spawn any second now. And Foot Esports push back all the way into spawn. Rage going down, losing all of their gems. Aren't looking as good anymore. 14 seconds left on the clock. They need the takedown onto Gero. Lena pushing up there. Will he get there in time is the question now. Pushing up, but the time is slowly running out. Samantha coming in now as well. It's not going to be enough damage.
Yeah, not enough time, too much space as well handed over there. You know, there was just plenty of time for Zeta to be able to work around the situation, and you know, without the help of a crow jump or something along those lines to be able to alleviate things, it was only going to go Zeta's way.
It had to go. As soon as they turned around things there with the takedown onto Lena on the left-hand side, all of a sudden Foot Esports was pushed back all the way into spawn, and they just couldn't get out anymore. Maybe that's why they were going with the Penny and the Otis. They have so much damage output there with the mortar as well. They can just trap them forever.
Foot have got to do a better job here of keeping that control, because as soon as they lost it, it really didn't go their way, and they started to falter and just didn't really find a way in the space to bring it back. Drage tricking those mines, but a great fat splatter from Naui, and shots to follow up, leave him on 120 HP. Lenan is dashing around, but now he is low himself. He's got to be cautious because the range of Geru can come into play here. Down goes Semantic as well. And Foot dropping like flies here. They've found themselves in that back spawn area. That Salty Barrel did wonders for Meow, but he will burn down eventually as well. In the meanwhile, though, 5 gems. There's plenty of time for Gary in this mid to help gain that early advantage, and Foot are way behind now.
So far, no stunned players here. I'm quite Still not convinced by the bow, but it seems to work out for Zeta Division as they're just winning their lanes, pushing them back time and time again. Meow against Lina once again. Salty Barrel coming down. Lina can't really win this lane. At the top there, Garo falling, losing the gems, but Drake seem to not quite be able to pick them up. Semantic trying to go in now. He has his jump to get out of that situation. Gets muted though, can't use it. The gems are back in Zeta Division's hands. Rage is falling, and again Zeta Division come out of top and in this situation.
A tough one there. Drake had really nowhere to go, a bit out of position, and the sluggish pace of the 8-bit doesn't help the situation here. And this could well be a set going the way of Zeta unless Foot can push up, but with no utility there. Semantic burning down, Lenan too low HP, and Drake just can't close the gap in time. The mines are going to come into play as well. That bow pick really did prove its worth against that 8-bit in the mid.
It seemed to be. I guess we were wrong. The casting table just doesn't know how to draft after all. Bow seemed to work out so well. And the bow mines wasn't really it, but the damage output, the control they had with all three of their brawlers, the penny pick as first pick, I said it's not that bad. As soon as they had the mortar, they had full-on control over mid.
I mean, Meow got a lot of value from the Salty Barrel, and it meant that Lenan couldn't really go on the aggressive as much as he would have liked to. I mean, their bow is kind of smart when you think about it in terms of the 8-bit matchup, because without that damage booster with the plugged-in star power, you are very slow and sluggish. You can't really trigger them as much. You're kind of depending on Lenan to be able to do just that, and the gems and the stats say a very similar story. That map, that set, was all Zeta.
It was. The stats said the same, 12 and 13 lost gems. Not really much of a difference there, but still, Zeta just sweeping them 2-0 straight away, taking all of their gems away. It looked very good at the start from Foot Esports. They were just playing down their match as they are used to with the 8-bit, but as soon as they lost a single lane, Zeta Division just took it over. They didn't even care. Rage had his damage booster there. Very well played by Zeta Division. Again, I would say it was a bit on the draft, but they were playing so clean. Foot Esports really has to take it up a notch to win today.
Yeah, I'm coming around to bow a little bit more. Having seen it play out, over the past couple of weeks, it has got a pretty good win rate, actually, and it's not necessarily one that comes straight to mind as a solid first pick here. It's just so versatile in the eventuality that, Zeta want to go on the aggressive as well. The response being the Gene, which I think is pretty decent. It's going to have the heals over time, and also the ability to pull in its final moments, as we know how influential that can be in a mode like Knockout. And to follow things up, some range would definitely not go amiss for me.
I was about to say Zeta Division really has to take care now that Foot Esports doesn't also get the Gene or the Gus. With those two brawlers, Shelly is going to be even stronger, shielded, or whenever that Gene pulls in someone, you can just blast into their face with the shell shock coming in. Let's see if Zeta Division also going to go with the Gus. They're deciding to go with the Eve. We did see her quite a while back on this map quite often. Wherever there's water, Eve has some utility. At the same time, in my opinion, there would have been better brawlers, but Zeta Division seem to make brawlers work that we don't necessarily see incoming.
They are a little bit avant-garde when it comes to their drafts. They tend to play a lot of brawlers that we don't tend to see from other teams. Like, Nani, for example, is one that is their champion pick and gives them great results. Other teams don't even tend to experiment with those ideas. Gus is going to come in now for Esports, which I quite like. Mr. P is still available here as well. It's a consideration. I don't necessarily think it's maybe the best idea, but we have seen a bit of a rise up with that particular brawler too. Brock, safe pair of hands, as I always say, often forgotten as well when it comes to draft, but those rockets can really land a big punch. The incendiary as well can be a great way to just force your opposition to where you want them to be. The rocket rain, it's got everything really. It's an all-rounded great ranged brawler for Foot Esports. I really like the way the drafts are shaped up to be.
Probably played with rocket laces. He can also jump away whenever Gene has pulled. They have the Shelly that can, with her speed, dodge those incoming pulls straight away, and they did pick the Gus now. That was I was afraid of. If you pair those two brawlers, which Foot Esports likes to do, it's going to be really hard for Zeta Division to hold off that Shelly. Max is going to be the last pick up for Zeta Division. Another synergy here between those two brawlers, Gene and Max. We have seen this duo ever since I remember Brawl Stars being a thing. So yeah, a best synergy in the game, in my opinion. You can just hit your pulls a bit better with the speed.
But also, being able to combine it, you can close the gap far better. So it makes it a bit easier to pull in certain brawlers, that maybe just outside of that range. And especially now with the new gear on the side of the Gene, you know, it just helps out so much to land those pulls more consistently. So, but that is what Zeta have to focus on being able to do here. They cannot miss pulls, as we saw a couple of them missed yesterday, not on their behalf, but just simply over the course of the day. We know how much it can really shift the tides, especially in knockout. Semantic popping in early clay pigeons there. Look at that, forcing through the wall as well. What an early start for Foot, and that is the way to approach this. They've got to put Zeta Division on the back lines quickly and just put them in their place coming off of that last set.
And in the backlines, they are 2v3 now, and it's so hard in knockout to turn around games here when they are in this position. Meow just trying to get his super. Maybe he gets it for the next round if he can't use it now anymore. And we actually don't see EUR&MENA with that rocket laces. He opened up the map immediately, helping his teammates to get the takedown onto Gera there. And now, yeah, Zeta Division just falling back there. They do not want to feed the opponents. Meow does have his Gene pull that could come in clutch in the second round.
Yeah, it's definitely going to cause Foot to reconsider things a little bit as to how aggressive they go in this time around. And it was well done from him to be able to earn that utility because it will help alleviate slightly the situation. Semantic doesn't have super either, so there is that to consider. Double stacking on this right-hand side then. Istrage and Lenan. Oh, but Semantic is a little bit cautious there in the mid-phase. Shift from Gary will keep him in the mix as well. Meow's low, and that shot from Lenan will hit the mark, but the return from Naui is strong, making it 2 versus 2.
The pull was there, but he was still falling. What a snipe now, though, from Semantic. Garo goes down there. Noe 1v2. Lena's a super. It's not going to be possible for Noe to turn things around here. Noe falls. Lena and Semantic are still standing there. 2-0 immediately in the first game already. It's looking so good for Foot Esports. Coming down to the draft, but also just the way they sneaked up this right-hand side.
Yeah, much better from Foot. Kind of what we expect, actually, to see more from them. And that first set, it seems, didn't deter them in any way. They just came out swinging in this first round of knockout, but another game still to go before they can tie things up. But if they can do just that, oh, what a result it will be for them. Certainly not a team that you want to be going 2 sets behind. Zeta know exactly how to handle things in a position of power. As Semantic pops again, another clay pigeon is getting great value. Gero again with the phase shift to try to alleviate some of the potential damage that he can inflict, but he might be able to fall victim on his right-hand side if he's not cautious. He is outnumbered, but that shell shock will provide some space, and he rotates to the left.
And Band-Aid just saved Semantic from the certain death there. He survives that one. Rage close to super has to be, but so is Meow, just waiting for the perfect moment to get his Gene pull to hit it as well. Zeta Division it would be the first time they get a kill this round at the start already. Garo with super now, waiting for the perfect opportunity to use him. Now gets his super, gets the pull into Semantic, falls himself. Garo is falling as well. What is happening? That's the wrong timing on that Gene pull.
It's a great cookie popper, though, from Drage to be able to just handle what was going on because it could have gone from bad to worse. At the end of the day, Foot coming out on top there is a huge momentum shift that we are seeing now, and I'm confident. I'm convinced by the performance so far. The draft obviously far better this time round, but nonetheless the plays are on point and they're looking confident, they're looking comfortable and more like themselves. Gary's got speed on this right hand side, and if Meow can just earn that magic hand, that could be a great pairing to really try to turn this one around. Semantic, though, is playing it slow. Has he got any gadgets now as well? He's used quite a lot of them already. No, he might have a couple still. So that is something that I'm sure Zeta will be aware of, as that range on the Shelly is brutal.
I don't know if you saw, Semantic was just lurking at the start of the round, waiting to push up there. Gary now with speed. Meow was walled. They don't have any supers on the side of Zeta Division. But so does Foot Esports here. Getting pushed back slowly but steadily. Zeta Division find their way into this game. Maybe this time around the pull is going to hit something else than Shelly, and they can finally get a takedown here. Still everybody's just trying to get their super. Semantic gets one, uses his last gadget there as well. Rage gets super immediately, uses it. They get the takedown again. Noe the last man standing. Foot Esports taking away, making this one an equal scoreline. 1-1 now in this matchup.
Far, far better. It just felt like Foot shifted up a gear, and it just demonstrates to me that they want this. They're not going to take this one lying down, and that makes me feel like we've got a absolute match now on our hands. It's not going to be Zeta running away with it just yet, and the synergy of this comp, the support that Drage was able to provide from that Gus a great deal amount of times with the gadget side as well, it really did help out so considerably well. Popping the shield there as well for safety, and then allowing Semantic to really push forwards and just secure things. Everyone doing their bit, and the stats say very much a similar story. Double the supers, double the damage, healing a little bit more on the side of Zeta Division with 20,000. But, you know, that was a very, very convincing set for Foot.
I mean, the stats tell the same story. I was expecting that coming in a lot of damage from Lena on that Brock. And then on the other side, Shelly just showing us again how strong she really is. I mean, Inso, I would have listened to me. Don't give them the Shelly and the Gus or the Shelly and the Jean. They picked away the Jean, gave them the Gus, and it worked out perfectly for Esports.
You know, if Shelly is not banned, expect it. Have a plan ready for it. And you can just see how, you know, seemingly effortless it was for Semantic. It wasn't at all. He's just that good. But nonetheless, the results speak for themselves. And look at this on the ban side from Foot, banning out Max, Gus, and Stu. I really like that for open zone, as we're going to be going into the hot zone as our next mode. Stu, B, and Crow for Zeta Division on that front as well. So I like what both sides are thinking here. The Stu is just too aggressive to kind of let slide when it comes to this map. So makes a lot of sense. And what did I just say?
Yeah, I don't know. They just don't want to learn, and usually they are so prepared for their opponents. They always ban whatever their opponents like to play and what they play best. And Gus and Shelly has been one of the comps that for the Esports showed us, I think, most of the times we saw them play, they were playing this comp in one of those maps. Shelly, now the first pick, definitely a good one on open zone. Let's see if Zeta Division has an answer. Maybe at least they counter for Shelly on this map.
It's just so versatile. You know, when you've got the Clay Pigeons gadget, which I do feel needs a nerf, it's just too strong at the moment when you can take on such long-ranged brawlers with it. Pam going to come in now for Zeta Division. Another brawler which, like as we were speaking about earlier, many teams don't think this way. You know, Zeta do have a very interesting draft when it comes to brawlers and the way that they synergize amongst the teammates. They're not necessarily always playing the meta, they're playing for themselves, and I really do like that as an idea. The question is, will it be enough to be able to get them the results which they need? They do need to start to bring this back and make it a bit more convincing. Double heal. Okay, that might be doing exactly what I'm saying. Double heal here is going to be tough for Foot, but they've got the chance to respond.
I do like that though, coming from Zeta Division now, a lot of HP, not even a Shelly has the damage output they need to take those two brawlers down. Let's see what Esports will react with on these two brawlers. Some damage output, maybe a notice, maybe a B. B is banned, never mind. What do they still have open? Crow banned as well from the side of Zeta Division. They really wanted to go all for this healing comp, and it seems to work out so far for the Esports. I do not want to be in your shoes right now.
Gonna bring in the Lu, and I don't mind that, because ultimately it's gonna be able to buy down the clock a little bit better, keep Zeta Division off the zone, and with that kind of comp, that is a comp which will stay on the zone very, very nicely. I'm not necessarily too convinced on the Crow ban, simply because I don't think it plays too well into Pam anyway. I think it actually kind of be allowing Foot to maybe bury themselves in their own grave, but clearly the slowing toxin as well can you know, just eradicate some of those situations, and with the slow, you know, able to pounce on the situation. Carl gonna come in, very aggressive. I love what Foot are running with here. It's definitely not going to be an easy draft to contend with, however, even without this third and final pick coming through, because the Pam and the Poco is definitely a threat. The Lu, again, I think that's actually one of the strongest brawler picks here on the side of Foot, because it will take them off the zone and most importantly prevent them from coming back in off the spawn size. And Griff, you know, this is exactly what I'm saying. This is a squad which just think outside of the box. And Griff is not a bad shout. Zeta Division over the weekend in the BSC played Griff phenomenally. It was unbrawlable, to be fair, but nonetheless, this is a squad which really know how to play it best. And that's what takes a brawler which is slightly outside of the meta and just, as in Zeta's hands, catapults it into the forefront. They can make this work. This might be a Zeta set.
Zeta Division thinking outside of the box, and it seems like outside of the box there was big letters, healing, HP, and Zeta Division took it. I don't know if Foot Esports team composition here has enough damage output. The Carl has piercing damage that could help them in the long run whenever Poco tries to play second line here. Meow is going to be on the Poco, standing in mid there, already gets hit up heftily by Semantic from the left-hand side. Gera as well, but Gera has his turret now. It's looking good so far for the Esports, but they're already getting pushed out of the zone.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of just trying to focus their attention onto Meow. Oh, look at that. But then the protective tunes gadget of Meow will cancel out the stun, and once that depletes down, however, that might then open up things for Foot, but they cannot allow Zeta to get too far ahead. Flying hook from Lenan, great pressure, but look at the swift takedown there with the help of the Mama Squeeze star power. Very swiftly done. Semantic will go down on the left-hand side to Naui, and it's a team wipe for Zeta, and they get their feet stuck in the mid.
They just can't seem to hit Meow in mid. He's doing such a fantastic job at dodging those incoming shots from Rage there on the new Lu skin. Maybe that's why they picked him here. already 50% now for Zeta division. They're slowly getting pushed out. Garo with another gadget here, trying to push back Symantec. He needs a 2v1, otherwise they just can't hold him back on his lane. Symantec now pushing up again against Noe. I think Shelly has the better off of this 1v1, but Noe doing a fantastic job again, standing in zone there. And Foot Esports looking strong in terms of getting the kills, but they just don't get any zone time.
The healing station providing a great deal there to now. Symantec fights back, but it's already 72% of time on the mid for Zeta. Foot are behind by 50%, and they've got to start to get things together. Good taps from Lenan, and Drake's trying to find the angle, but the heal comes back, and as quickly as that, Meow is able to stay alive for a little bit longer. 82% now. This is the best opportunity if Foot can start to tie up some of these kills. Gary will follow as well, leaving only Naui, but they cannot lose control, and as quickly as that, a super might be enough to push Drake away.
Rage for another super, though now Foot Esports has to push in, otherwise it's going to be hard for them to turn things around here. 90% already for Zeta division. That's 5 seconds on the zone and they would have it already. Now we're now pushing in again. Rage for another super. As long as Rage is able to cycle those supers, maybe Foot Esports is able to turn things around. 50 seconds left on the clock.
It's certainly possible, but that is an aggressive healing station, and the shots to follow equally so. It's just Rage now on half HP or less, and Lenan can't do much about it. Game 1 will go to Zeta. I love this Griff pick, I've just got to say off the bat, because it's so smart, it's so clever. It's got great range, great healing abilities, but that piggy bank that now he used immediately, as soon as he gained control on the left, to break things open on that bottom left-hand side, it just means that he can see the crossover. Symantec has got nowhere to hide, and that's where Shelly thrives. You know, Zeta are just able to see through the strategy that Foot Esports are trying to achieve, and as soon as they get the opportunity, they just break it as much as they can. So Foot now in response are just trying to get the mid control as quickly as possible, but feeding a lot of shots to Meow in the process.
Foot Esports reacting to this there now. They switched lanes. Lena is now on the right-hand side. Symantec playing mid with the Shelly. When he doesn't have pushes on the left, let's just play Shelly in mid. Rage doing a fantastic job on the left-hand side. That is broken up already. Symantec getting hit quite heftily. Band-Aid saving him once again, not quite, he's falling. Lena getting the takedown onto his lane. And Foot Esports this time around leading with 40%.
They are learning for sure, and that super now is just going to slow down things on the side of Zeta, exactly how they want it to be. Symantec lining things up, we'll get the shell shock off. Oh, I guess a double kill as well. Beautiful, that changes everything. Gary's the last man standing. He somehow gets a kill, going in straight to the mid. But is he going to be able to get much time there? None at all. So that's perfect for Foot. They've been able to just delay things so much.
Meow and Noe just coming out of spawn now, immediately getting back into the zone. But if Symantec is able to repeat what he just did to them, Foot Esports can easily come back from this one with a great lead of 30% still. They have some time in their hands to work with. Symantec using his last gadget now, getting a takedown onto Meow almost. Meow getting his super in the right time. Lena falling as well. Again, Drake is the only man standing. Half-Life can't really push in. Foot Esports, their lead is slowly dwindling down.
Yeah, that early start is starting to dwindle massively so. The healing station as well, if Gary can obtain it, it's going to make things even more difficult. And without a super for Drake, to be able to slow things down literally on the zone, as quickly as that, Zeta in the lead. It's now or never for Foot Esports in this game to be able to turn things around and maintain what the lead they had was 50% or more. Stun not quite there on Naui. Now it will be in the finish, surely to follow, but no. Now his survivability is insane, and he picks up the kill as well. Unbelievable stuff. It's 90% to Foot, but at the same time, Zeta are still closing the gap. The heals on the side of Meow will keep everyone surviving longer, and this is turning around as we speak. Zeta are running away with this.
Standing in the zone still, 1% left, they take it. Zeta division 2-0 in this set, and I have to say, I didn't account for this Griff pick. They worked out perfectly for them. So much healing, and Drake just couldn't take him down there in the last second. That would have been the turning point again.
It would have been enough, surely, as well, for Foot to be able to come back into that third and final game, which obviously we're not going to be able to see ever. You know, it would have just absolutely changed the flow of the action, because they would have been able to be comfortable with the comp which they were running, to know that there is flaws on the side of Zeta. It wasn't to be seen, and that is going to be a very tough set to recover from, because they had such a great start, such an early lead, and Zeta still turn it around. Double the kills on their side, it pretty much even in terms of damage, a great deal of damage, but the healing from that pound turret and also from the Griff as well. I mean, fantastic from Zeta, with a very out there kind of comp that I'm sure many are kind of scratching their heads when they first see, but that's why it is so good. The results speak for themselves.
That healing was crazy to me. I had to suppress a little giggle there. That was incredible. incredible drafted, incredible played by Zeta Division there. And I have to say that loot pick, I liked it also because of the new skin that we were able to see. It worked out perfectly well at the start of the second round, but as soon as Zeta Division switched the lanes again and accounted for Esports pushing in so aggressively right at the start, they had everything under control again. They looked so calm and collected during that whole set.
Yeah, it was definitely a very important one for Zeta to win as well. For Foot, I felt like they had a solid opportunity, and they know they had a solid opportunity there, and they might be feeling like they wasted it. And that's what I kind of worry going into this next one. It could be starting to take form as a 3-1 in favor of Zeta. You know, Foot, though, responded. Let's not forget, in that second set, coming off the back of the first, it was a terrible set to lose. They didn't look at all in sync with each other, and they were able to really make knockout count. And you know, that is where Foot's weaknesses could potentially lie here, is that they're a bit hot and cold, depending upon the map and the mode, and whether the first start of the draft allows for their bans to kind of have the brawlers come to the forefront, which they want. You know, it could be where things get undermined here. It's going to pinhole punt for Brawl Ball, and the bans being the Stu, Poco, and Ems for Foot, Stu, Crow, and Shelly for Zeta, who have finally realized that it's worth banning Shelly. And for Brawl Ball, I think that makes perfect sense.
We do have a Stu double ban here. Once again, Foot Esports likes to play this brawler. They still decide to not let him open here in this map, making me think Zeta Division might have first pick here. Never mind, it's going to be Max often on the side of Foot Esports, of course, when Crow already is out of the way. Shelly as well. Crow Max is going to work wonderfully well. Foot Esports doesn't have it easy this week. They face not only against Zeta Division, also against SK yesterday, two of the strongest competitors we have within this tournament. And as you said, I hope that this didn't hurt their mental coming into this maybe potential lost set already.
The thing as well with that, though, is it's like a double-edged sword, because if they were coming out on top and looking fierce, they've taken off so much of the pressure. Now, if this continues to dwindle for them and they go down two losses, it's going to do the exact opposite and put even more pressure upon them, watching everyone else and how they fare. Gus is going to be the pick for Zeta here. And as we've seen, a great deal more Gus being that first pick, and I'm starting to come more around to it. I was a bit on the fence simply because I think there's better first picks, but that combination of the shield, especially in a mode like Brawl Ball, is going to allow them to be able to push the ball through. We need to see some knockout potential on the side of Foot to be able to knock back here, and that Ems ban's not necessarily going to help them out in that respect either. And Spike coming through for Zeta, I really like that. You know, I really do. I think Spike is just so versatile now on Brawl Ball. Got great healing abilities. There's many of the pros now favoring Fertilized Star Power as a result of that favorable buff to the healing. I think that that's a really good one to have in the back pocket, because, you know, if Foot want to bring in something tankier, I think that Spike is now taking a bit more of the mantle over the Otis in terms of like a hard counter to those ideas. But that slow, especially, is going to have a lot of area denial.
It kind of takes over the function of Crow here, slowing the comp of Foot Esports down whenever they do have Max Super, throw from the Spike Super, and they're gonna slow down the team comp a tiny little bit. Foot Esports now going with a bit of control here. Also kind of a counter to Spike. Squeak is working so well on this map. You can just close off the lanes quite easily. They do still need some damage output here. Zeta Division with the last pick. Good go with another Sam or Buster pick like we saw yesterday.
That's got to be a concern here for Foot, because they are in a position where they might go Sam themselves here, because, you know, just, okay, going to be going the counter for Otis, I don't mind it, but it does give a couple of options still for Zeta to be able to just power through. It's not necessarily a squad which are scared in the face of counters, and they might just try to overthrow this one and just keep to the lane sides that favor it, but, you know, it's more of a ranged affair that we tend to see from Zeta more often than not. Heals are lacking a little bit on that front as well. The Gus obviously is going to be able to help out a little bit of a lending hand with the shield. Carl going to come in. That's kind of like the brawler that I would have expected actually from Foot here. Of course, it could have been cancelled out. You know, it's got, you know, very susceptible to knockback, which there is none of on the side of Foot. And that was kind of my concern, you know, when it came down to this draft taking fold. We know what Zeta can do with that brawler. It's looking like a Zeta draft for me that might prevail in this one.
I have to go with you on that one, especially that synergy once again between the Gus and the Carl is gonna hurt Foot Esports quite a bit. On the Squeak lane, Carl is able to just walk through there with a nice catch and then the super play there. Let's see if Foot Esports have a plan here. This could potentially be the very last game we see of those two teams played out if Zeta Division manages to get match point and then take the set.
Already Drake's down to 30 HP on the right-hand side, struggling immediately, but look on the top right. Lenan finds the space, gets the phase shift up, but now with the takedown alleviates that threat on that side, but this could be a potential push through. Oh, shield to Meow, but a bit of miscommunication there potentially, unless they want to play this slow, but I feel like that could have been a potential walk-in.
He could have just walked it in with that Ghost Super for sure. Gera now though cleaning up, getting the kill onto Rage. Semantic is low as well. Gera does get the kill there. Lenan just saving the ball there. If Gera takes it now, maybe he can pass it to his teammate. He just walks it in himself. What a madman. Zeta taking the first goal here. Very well played by them. And at the start there, Lenan would have been able to get that one in if there wasn't the cookie popper.
Well, the best start for fast splatter from Meow, keep him alive, but that's a great connection there from Drage. But not really too much they can do now with Gary coming in as an immediate threat. Protective pirouette will keep him very much alive there until the final moments, and Lenan taken down to just 500 HP. Will stay alive though. Oh, wow. Now he on the right-hand side with that great gadget there. Cookie Popper yet again, and connection there from Drage. No slow, so he's running chain reaction as well, as we have seen a bit of a rise up in that star power. Now increased from 10% to 20% extra value when you're able to connect with multiple oppositions within those sticky radiuses. Now just trying to creep round, but he won't find it. He's running curveball as well, so no additional heals, but Zeta are still very much in control of this one with the goal which they've already had. They can take this slow and not even necessarily get one to tie things up. This could be an opening though for Foot if they choose to find it. Connection on bound for Drage, he will find that as well. Oh, but then the takedown is key here. Lenan would have had a great chance to score, but now Foot have got to slow down the advance.
I think he was out of gadgets too. He didn't have a shapeshifter to save the life there. Drage getting the takedown onto Jerry there almost. He's quiet though, gets out of that situation though with his life. Finally goes down, another opening for Foot Esports incoming. Only 30 seconds left on the clock there. Shield on Shinoe himself, he's falling regardless. Then gets traded off immediately. 2v2 situation here. Foot Esports only has 20 seconds left to turn this one around and prevent the match point.
Yeah, Meow has super as well, so he can hold on to that and use that to place on the ball. He's actually going to go for Semantic and just try to get that taken care of, and it is done. Zeta Division are going to move on to match point now and increase the pressure cooker over Foot Esports. We need to see more from them in Brawl Ball. They've got to take it to the fifth and final. There is no other options for them, and at the moment, this is looking tough. We didn't really see many even opportunities on goal from them in that game.
Lenan had multiple opportunities, but they it just didn't work out in the end because of the perfect defense incoming from Zeta Division. In the end, we talked about it. The draft is a bit one-sided there. Zeta Division has the better one, but Foot Esports can make it if they just play it clean. Lenan, although already a bit low again, it just doesn't seem to work out.
Yeah, look at that. Everyone's down. Drage 30 HP, not going to be able to do a thing. And Meow will score a goal in the opening 17 seconds. Very, very convincing as Zeta just do not slow down. Great shield there to Geru. The takedown is swift. Lenan and Semantic have got to hold firm, or this could be leading to another goal. They're not going to bring the ball forwards. They're just going to try to play for power position, and they're doing a good job of doing just that. I don't really see how Foot can do much here. Great super from Meow. It's just like Zeta are playing with their food.
So far, so good for Zeta Division. Foot Esports has to come out of spawn now before they can slowly push up the map, maybe get another score in. They need to. It's match point. Zeta Division could take this away with 3-1 score. Lenan slowly pushing up in mid there. Another shield onto Gary. He can go aggressive once again. Drage and Lenan try to hold him off. Lenan, one shot once again. Shapeshifter can't even save him. Gary getting the takedown onto Drage. That's the 2-0. That's the win for Zeta Division. 3-1. Well played.
Fantastic stuff. You know, Zeta just continue to still remain on top, and for Foot Esports today, they're going to have to be reflective of this first week because they are down big time. And Trav, don't talk about this scoreline. I don't want to hear it.
I won't. That's all I'll say. I'll get happy, and I won't make a comment on the flawless predictions that I always do. Well, I mean, Zeta, it's the same story as yesterday. It really is, you know, it's the same story as we saw yesterday. Foot Esports, they get beaten by another top team. Zeta Division going to come out on top with the same scoreline as SK did, 3-1, and they did deserve it as well. There's no denying that they really did deserve that, and, you know, maybe we should have seen Foot Esports take some of that hot zone because there was a few mistakes that could have led to them actually taking it, but in the end, it was Zeta Division who closed out in Brawl Ball. Stat-wise, I mean, Zeta Division just looking better all in all. More damage, more heals. I mean, they missed less shots as well. So, I mean, thoroughly deserved in my eyes.
I mean, we talked about it. In Split 1, they beat both SK and Zeta Division. SK in a 3-0 sweep, and Zeta Division 3-1. Now, Zeta Division turns things around, and we talked about it. When it's important to win, Zeta Division always seems to come out on top.
I mean, a fantastic way, like we thought it was going to be, to kick off day number 2 of this season of the challenge. And Ark, I know Trav was being humble, but before you even made your way over here, he was already reminding me of what his prediction was, and now you're starting off the day strong as well. This is why I said we might need like a Trav stat tracker as well.
Sorry, but did you...
What was your prediction?
Did you genuinely just use the word humble in the same sentence as describing Trav? Sorry, am I hearing this right? Or was my headset just slowly dying?
I heard it
was
too.
your
It
prediction
must
again?
have been something. Just saying, I said 3-1-2.
You did. And while the boys battle this out, it's time for us to send it to a short break. Okay, we've got match number 2 coming up right around the corner between SK Gaming and Team Queso. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle.
All right, welcome everybody back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We just finished match number 1 of day 2 with Zeta Division coming out in 3-1 fashion. Great way for them to start off their day. Great way to start off the week in its entirety now for Zeta Division, specifically when it comes to week number 1 of our challenge season. And now it's time for us to turn our focus to match number 2 between SK Gaming and Team Queso. So let's talk a little bit about what we can expect out of these two teams, Ark.
For me, SK Gaming have shown a real journey in this competition. You know, they didn't start on a good foot, not by a long shot, and they came in split 1 as the number 5 seed. Well, they came in split 2 as the number 1 seed. So despite not making it through in that first stage, they did make their redemption arc count. And yesterday, they looked to me on absolutely top form, as this roster now has really come into full force. As like Chaos, Yoshi, and OPE, the synergy is starting to really take its form. And, you know, I just feel like they are now a serious contender. At the beginning of the year, we couldn't really necessarily say that about this roster. They showed some clear signs of mistakes and uncertainty. Well, now suddenly that is looking very, very much a different story.
It just shows how much they progressed over the last few weeks and months. Now with the addition of OPE to the team, they're looking so strong. They did face Team Queso before, a single time only. It was in the open finals in the first split. They got dropped down to the lower bracket, knocked out in the next match even. Split 2, you said it, Ark, looked a lot better. Let's see if they can repeat what they did yesterday as well against Esports. 3-1 yesterday. Looking good.
I know Trav was happy with that one as well, but we got to talk about their counterparts on the other side of this match. Team Queso, Trav, how are you feeling about them?
I mean, I did underestimate Team Queso quite heavily yesterday. We hadn't, as I said, we hadn't seen enough of them to really gauge a good opinion on them in major competitions this year. But Javi, Boss, and Blacksy really did prove a point. Kenru down there as, I believe, analyst. Maybe he's adopted that coach role recently, though. But, I mean, they're looking very, very good after yesterday. Mr. Doza obviously aren't the strongest team in the competition. I think it's fair to say that. But regardless, they still put up a decent fight against Team Queso. They did manage to take 1 set home, but it just really wasn't enough to be able to do anything against them. However, do I think they're going to be able to match up to SK? No.
And in the BSC, though, as well, you know, they've had similar results, actually, on paper, with both qualifying for 2 of the monthly finals. They haven't really shone much in terms of gaining a placement in the grand finals. But nonetheless, I think this is a great opportunity for Team Queso just to demonstrate that they are still very much keeping up with their scrims. And, you know, we saw that yesterday. I was actually quite impressed with the way that they came in, especially as, you know, looking back to Season 2, Trevor, as you well know, they didn't have a very good challenge season at all. I think they failed to get a single win in the challenge days. And this time looking to make a change on that thing and turn it around, really, just to show everyone that they are still a worthy contender in the EU and MENA region.
All right, well, while we get our picks and bans up here in a moment, of course, we got to talk about predictions. Sunny, I'm going to start with you this time just in case, so you get the proper credit in the event that you are 100% correct in the exact same way that Trav is.
Well, we already talked a little bit about it in the break, but I feel like Team Queso, they're just going to continue with the topic of this whole show. We are not going to feature a single 3-0. We're going to end this one another 3-1 for SK Gaming.
All right. Trav?
I'll go for 3-0. I'm calling a sweep. Sweep's all first sweep of the competition. I think it's due, and I think that SK can do it.
He said 3-1 during the break.
Did not.
He did. I said 3-0, then he was like, oh, that's a great idea, I'll take 3-0. And now I've said that, it'll probably be a 3-1. And so yeah, I told you from the very beginning, you know, but then we can say that you were copying Sonny. So, I mean, if Team Queso are able to do something unbelievable here, what a message that would send. You know, that's the thing, because I feel like SK are looking like a serious threat. But I feel like we are due our first sweep in the challenge stages, because we haven't had one yet.
Is this guy just copying everything I said? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Guy, he thinks he's him.
Unbelievable.
Talk about the picks and pans, you two. Sonny, you got this.
I mean, from you two, he's him. I'm sorry. Well, I do quite like that one. Maybe that's the set that Team Queso's gonna take, because I predicted a 3-1, right? But the PEM coming in now from SK Gaming together with the Bell, I do quite like as well. Team Queso really needs to think hard what they're gonna pick against this HP comp that SK is bringing in now. I did like the Griff before. I could see it in that comp again, not gonna lie. They could break up the map for the B. They have a lot of HP, they have a lot of healing. Griff would be a great pickup for SK. Let's see if they're gonna go with it or not.
I like what they've got so far. I do think it's pretty solid. The B-Pam, I think it's a good combination. But Lou is a very, very good pick on pretty much all hot zone maps. Clearly didn't pay off a foot though, but pairing it with this Bell, bouncing some shots off the Pam, the turret, and they're all probably going to be quite clustered around that as well. I think it's probably a decent pick. And the same with the Honey Molasses, right? That's going to be spawning in too, so getting some good bounces off that wouldn't go amiss. But I don't think it would have done enough if it doesn't have the loot to kind of funnel them through a certain place.
True. All right, well, we are 2 more picks away from getting into match number 2. So I'll give you guys more than enough time to make your way over to the other half of the studio as well as finish this conversation. Best of luck to everybody in their predictions at this point.
Thank you, Glitter. I appreciate it. We do see Team Queso now with the Carl pickup. I do quite like that one with the Lu already in their hands. Their comp is looking quite fierce now. They have some control, they have some aggression. Let's see what the last pick is going to be for SK Gaming. And again, with you, I just can't ever make it over here not being boring.
Well, that's the name of the game, really.
Trev,
boring. Trev, the boring caster talks. Griff is the last pick. At least you got that right. At least you got that right. That's something. Whenever I come over here with Sunny, she gets the draft bang on, and the Griff is the last pick from SK Gaming. It's obviously going to be a very good pick. Break up the map, use B. It's going to excel. But also there is still some long-range capabilities at the other side. You know, Lou's not got bad range. Bell going to be able to pretty much do the same as B, and Carl can just go aggressive with a snap of his fingers. You know, tap the gadget, flying hook in, use the super, and you're going to be under some scrutiny if you are the B. But I do like the Griff pick. They've clearly got to open it up if they're playing that range.
I'm just happy Pedro is finally listening to me for once. Griff is going to be the last pick up there for SK Gaming. I do like both of those comps. I can't decide which one I like better for now. Let's see how the game is going to play out. Already the breakup here from Chaos, playing here mid as the Griff as well. With that start, SK Gaming is already showing us how strong that comp really is. A lot of HP, and we don't really have the damage output from the side of Team Queso to deal with it. Maybe as soon as Boss is able to cycle those low supers, it's gonna get turned around.
Yeah, he's actually got the super now as well. First one already thrown out. Chaos almost gets stunned, but doesn't quite. He's up. Hello? He just walked onto it and got stunned instead of staying back, and he did go down. Black's going to try and get Yoshi, but he does actually survive. He's pretty much low HP in the spawn, so it's probably going to take him a similar time to get up, even if he had just gone down. One bounce back onto him as well there, and Boss cycled the super, and TQ are looking good.
They do indeed. Taking over the lead now, all of a sudden, it's going to be SK Gaming that do need to push up still. Boss able to cycle those supers as Chaos is just walking into his shots once again. There's going to be a loot super on the field. Yoshi so close to being stunned again. Blackshy coming in aggressively now, getting the sweep off of Yoshi. 3v2 situation now for SK Gaming. It doesn't look as good anymore as the start did.
Yeah, this is really difficult position for them to come back from, and Yoshi eventually picks up Blackshy from behind, but now another healing turret being thrown down. These little nest eggs, 3 of them laying over the right-hand side from Javi, are going to be pretty useful against OPA, but he is just staying back and keeping his range, which is obviously what B needs to do. They've eventually got some control. Even at that, though, they're still 30% behind. Yoshi's just going to walk forwards as he can't go backwards anymore and actually die again. Another loot super being thrown out, and the last gadget comes out of Boss. Blacksy does try go in, but he's going to take some serious fire coming forward.
Get to completely miss there from Yoshi. That's gonna hurt in the long run. He has one left though. Let's see if they can maybe push in now. Chaos is going to be marked up there. Boss with another super on the field. Chaos almost frozen, stunned there. SK Gaming, they don't have a lot of time left to still push in this mid. With Boss falling though, Queso doesn't have a loose super on their hands now. Maybe that's the time for SK Gaming to shine again, getting the double kill there. Well played by Chaos and Yoshi.
Yeah, these PAM turrets are so influential as well, but Chaos maybe over-aggressed there just to get the piggy bank down and break the grass. He's pretty much lost all control now, and Ope's going to need to hit that shot to Javi. Yoshi and Ope trying to do it themselves, but they can't just yet. Blacksy's going to spin forward, the loose super being thrown down, and it just seems to me like SK have been pretty careless in keeping themselves alive. Chaos off the start, walking onto the super, getting themselves stunned, and towards the end there as well, overextending when they needed 3 people to be able to defend the zone for the rest of the time.
Chaos might have overestimated the power of his star power there. Healing comes in, but a bit too slow for him. Every single time he tries to aggress out there, he gets swept off his feet by Boss and Blacksy there on the left-hand side. Javi and OP on the right-hand side kind of just playing it out in a 1v1. That was quite balanced out, I'd say. In the end, Queso taking this one, showing us that the draft is just a tiny bit better, maybe. With the Lu and the Carl, I don't know. I still feel like it's quite balanced.
Yeah, I still do like SK's comp, and I don't doubt that they'll be able to bring it back in these next couple of games. But Team Queso obviously have the chance of closing this first set out nice and quickly, but a nice mark from Javi. Doesn't even get slowed either and able to avoid these shots. 2 players go down from SK Gaming, and Team Queso established control early on.
Last time it was SK Gaming taking over the league right at the start. Queso starting off so aggressively, getting a double kill and getting them a 20% lead already. Blacksy is one shot there, doesn't heal up there. Boss and him both falling. Boss super is on place though. SK can't really push into the zone for now. Chaos gets the chance there to put down his piggy bank. Maybe that's a better start for SK now.
Yeah, it really is. And that was a lovely super coming out of Chaos as well. Got another one in hand. Going to throw it to the right-hand side instead of just going for his 1v1 matchup against Blacksy. And Javi's eventually going to go down thanks to Chaos's last stand shots. And SK do actually take the lead. And with Ope here, they've got some good control. Pam coming back up as well, but they've got to avoid feeding Boss, I feel.
They do. Whenever Boss gets his super, it's so easy to cycle it with Lu, and it's so annoying to play against the Lu on any single hot zone map. So far, so good for SK Gaming, though. They take over the lead again, looking a lot stronger than in the first game we just watched. They do get the kill onto Blacksy there. It was quite close. Healing comes in clutch now as Chaos getting back his HP quite quickly.
Yeah, well, super available from Boss now. Going to throw it forwards eventually. We've been waiting for that for quite a while now, and he's taking a decent amount of time to get it. There goes the nest egg over the right-hand side, but Ope should be able to save that, will defend that one out and stay alive. Chaos got another super here as well, throws it towards Blacksy, and Ope gets a slowdown, takes down Boss with him as well. That's a gorgeous play from SK and some great assistance from Chaos. Yoshi gets the left as well, and this should surely be game number 2 going to SK Gaming and even things out. Still 20% need though, but it seems like Team Queso shouldn't be able to team wipe them and get control back before this is over.
I honestly didn't expect that at all. Looking at the start that Team Queso showed us here, getting the double kill at the early start, at the early seconds of the game. All of a sudden, SK Gaming taking over though, keeping the lead and taking this second game. It's going to be 1-1 already in the first set. That just proves to be a lot closer than you two expected, Trev.
It really does, but I mean, SK Gaming really did seem a lot better in that one. They seemed a bit more composed, a little less aggressive, and I think that was probably a very good thing, you know. We saw Chaos step out of line a few times, but I can appreciate it when he does play very well, and in that game, he was the main factor. When he got some supers off, he maybe almost got a team wipe very early on, but this time, Team Queso off to a flying start with taking down Ope really early.
Again, an early kill coming in from Team Queso. Again, they take the lead, 20%. Chaos falling as well. And Lu already with his first super. Boss just trying to get the next one already in his hands. Cryo Syrup coming in clutch time and time again as well. And this time around, it doesn't look like SK Gaming is even going to be able to get out of spawn.
Thrown at the pin instead of kind of playing on the left-hand side here from Yoshi, waiting to heal up, but the Honey Molasses didn't last long. Spin coming in from Blacksy, but to be honest, he's kind of just waiting things out and trying to bait out some shots. Nest Egg's going to be popped by Yoshi, and with this mark on him as well, Javi's going to give another one to him. Scrapsucker comes through. Can he survive this one out? Going to try and get these final shots, and Javi almost heals outside of that damage range, but Chaos going to pick him up, and the first signs of life from SK Gaming is to get 2 kills, but Javi's still surviving out, wasting a little bit of the time, and then Nest Egg's going to pop on Ope as well, resetting some of those heals.
Have a look at the top left-hand side. Already 74% for Team Queso. It's going to be hard for SK Gaming to stand this one out for so long. They are standing in the zone for now. Can they turn around this game is the question now. Team Queso just needs a single loose super. It's already there now to push back into mid. SK Gaming so far has switched a bit their lanes. Ope now standing in mid might have a better matchup into the Lu there. Honey Pop gonna come down. Ope still gets swept off his feet. 2v1 now. Yoshi can't survive this.
Now that's done. Team Queso are going to be taking the first set. Beautiful start for them in what many of us thought was a sweep. This one definitely seemed like Team Queso had it under control in the first and third. Team Queso made some adjustments in the second and managed to bring that one back home, but then Team Queso readjusted the adjustments and they made things right once again, taking the first set. And honestly, I imagine a lot of people are going to be surprised about this one.
And unless Team Queso is now sweeping 3-0 themselves, we're going to stay with the topic of this show. I'm quite happy we're not going to feature a 3-0 so far. Let's see. Team Queso might be able to make it happen. I did like their draft. I did like how they played it out. It seemed very controlled. What we usually don't see that often from Team Queso, if we're fair.
Yeah, and I mean, they might have not got as many kills as SK Gaming, but they got quite a considerable amount more damage. Definitely less heals as well. I feel like they just weren't really being hit as much as SK Gaming. SK kind of taking the hits, backing up, healing up, and especially with that PAM as well, you're going to expect a few more heals. Maybe not to that extent, but at the same time, Team Queso just played that really, really well. They just seemed under control of the game throughout the majority of it, and that's kind of what happens with Lou, right? You get those supers down and you get control back. There were some moments when Ope was fending off and staying out of that zone and stopping Lou from getting in, but as soon as one of those lanes crumbled, it was all over SK.
It was. I mean, it was a close set after all. It was a 2-1 in the end. SK almost got the third one as well. But in the end, it just wasn't enough. Team Queso is going to take this one, already making this a 1-0 lead. It's going to be hard for SK to turn things around as they already had a perfect draft in this one, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, and Team Queso coming into this one as the heavy underdogs, I will say as well. It's quite surprising to see Team Queso come out so strongly. They did look good yesterday against Mr. Doza. Let's not put it lightly. They looked pretty good, but I kind of question whether that was their opposition or actually them being that team that have kind of risen from the dumps. And they seem to be playing very, very well, especially if you could take a set off against SK Gaming early on, who managed to dominate FUT Esports so hard yesterday. But we're on to double swoosh now. We're going to see the Bow, the Crow, and the Shelly bands. I like that from SK Gaming, especially when they don't have the first pick. There'd probably be 3 of the first picks from Team Queso. The Crow, the Amber, and the Bow going to be banned out from Team Queso themselves, and then Mr. P going to be their first pick.
I kind of disagree with Mr. P as the first pick. It can work quite well, especially if you do not want your opponents to go with the Gene. Maybe they're just picking Mr. P to leave that option open for later. Let's see what SK Gaming will respond. I do expect something aggressive from them. Maybe a Max is incoming, maybe something along the lines of Sam once again. We're gonna figure it out. What I'm a bit afraid of, Max is there, is that SK Gaming is so prepared for all their very strong opponents, like we did see yesterday against FUT Esports, finally beating them after a long time of always FUT Esports coming out on top. Team Queso and them have never faced in the past few weeks and months, apart from a single time where Team Queso did beat them 3-1 in our Split 1 Open Finals. And maybe they're able to do it again today.
Yeah, well, I do kind of like the Max a bit more than the Mr. P early on, and you pair a Poco with that as well. I think it's very, very solid. Poco, the ability to just obviously heal up the teammates, but also scout so many of those bushes. The fan on the shot that Poco does provides really, really good. Heals in valuable moments as well, and I think it's just a very, very solid pick. It kind of opens them up to a lot of choices for that third as well, whether they want to go something a little bit more aggressive, which kind of would do pretty well against the Mr. P, considering how little damage he actually does put out. But they are going to have the last pick as well, let's put it that way, because Team Queso have got the next two, and they've got to compensate for the possibility of a tank coming down, which gives SK all the control in the draft.
They would have. Talking about scanning abilities though, Mr. P already with his little penguins will do a fantastic job at scanning out those bushes, showing the team where the brawlers really are, as well as Pam. If she is on Vision Gear draft, this is going to be a blast for Team Kids. They will always know where their opponents are standing. I was talking about it. SK might pick a tank into this one simply because Mr. P at the start doesn't have a lot of damage output, would just make sense. With the Poke and the Max pickup now, this just really much looks like they put all in one card. That tank might be incoming. Team Queso seems to think the same. Ems is going to be the last pick here. Definitely a great tank counter. Now I'm just wondering, probably Mr. P is going to stand in mid there, but that's not the greatest of matchups into a Max.
Yeah, it's difficult for Team Queso because, as I said, they do have to compensate so heavily for the possibility of a tank, and it seems like that's what SK are going for. But I do still think with Max and Poco, you can just pivot off that quite quickly and go for something that's not a tank. We'll see in just a second what they do choose to go with, whether they go something that's going to provide a bit of control and a bit of dominance over these lanes now they've kind of gone for it. Yeah, they're just going to go for the Otis. They've turned things around, and I don't mind that pick. You know, Fat Splatter's going to be able to scout out a decent amount of this bush as well, and with Poco scouting out one of the other sides, I think they've still got a decent comp.
Otis also a good matchup into DMs. Maybe not to Poco, but Otis does. Max Could even play lane here. Poker standing in mid, and they would still have a great matchup into the Mr. P there. And in the end, Double Swoosh is all about collecting those gems. So if you have a gem carrier that can't hold on to them, that can't hold on to them when the max is dashing onto you with speed even, it's not going to be possible to win this round.
A little bit worrying for Team Queso then, but we'll see if they're able to come out on top of this one, or if SK Gaming will even things out and bring it back to a 1-1. Double Swoosh will be a very, very pivotal map, because if Team Queso take it, we're going to have to see reverse sweeps like we saw yesterday, so I'm not ruling that out. But we do have this Poco down the mid, Max sending down the lane to play against that Pam, and over the right side it's the Otis versus the Ems.
Yoshi standing in mid there. With the Poke, he doesn't really have the range to get his super quite early. Maybe now that he's helping out his teammate, Boss gets taken out there, he can get it after All Blacks. He's one shot there, still pushing very aggressively. He's falling as well. Chaos is on the right-hand side though. Javi, the last man standing for Team Queso. Ope and Yoshi still standing in mid there. Boss now in the best position to position his turret now. Great pressure coming in here from him on the left-hand side.
Yeah, this is wonderful from Boss, this position. He's got the turret up as well. It's so hard for them to get it down. No fat splatters left already from Chaos. He's used 3 within the first few seconds of the game by the looks of things, and he's still only traded that lane out on the right-hand side, but Team Queso have evened the score out now. But eventually we see a bit of a push out from SK Gaming as all 3 of them pinch down on the left-hand side. It is 5 to Team Queso though, as Blacksy still has one in hand. Obe's going to get knocked back, and the missed heal from Yoshi. They put themselves in a vulnerable spot now, especially with Blacksy coming around the right-hand side, but he did actually just manage to get a shot off, which is very valuable for Team Queso.
Really sad to see this heal going into nothing. At the same time, great to see Team Queso on top already. 6 to 5 gems, slowly getting pushed back here, losing a gem as well. Yoshi's gonna be able to pick it up, and Javi and Boss both push back all the way into their own spawn. Blacksy now finally getting back on that right-hand side lane. It was so hard for SK Gaming to take it on, but now that they have it, will Blacksy ever be able to push out OP again?
Yeah, Chaos avoiding some really nice shots there down the left-hand side against Boss. The last gem spawns on Yoshi's side, and Ope gets the right. Speed comes through as well, and that should mean the downfall of Javi. Gonna use a gadget. Boss, the only one alive. The mute was on his turret, but not a lot can happen. SK Gaming gonna take this first game of Double Swoosh, and in their hopes of evening things out and bring it back to a 1-1. So far, so good.
Team Queso had everything, that mid-control, they had the gems on their head, but in the end, it just didn't seem to work out. Some playing mistakes from SK Gaming as well. That healing would have been so clutch for them. In the end, again, Mr. P as a mid, I don't love it.
Yeah, I will say I'm not the biggest fan of it either. I don't know if they can really go to anything else, though. That's the thing, you know, if Mr. P just plays down one of the lanes and possibly, you know, pan mid or something like that, but they don't really have any alternatives. There's an early fat splash from Chaos on the right-hand side as well. Boss just pushing back OP, but nice heal coming through there with the gadget from Yoshi, and doing a good job avoiding these Mr. P shots as well, trying not to feed him porters, because, as you said before the game started, they can do such a good job of scouting.
But that's exactly the thing. Yoshi is going in so bravely. He doesn't care about Javi at all. He doesn't have the damage output. He can dodge him quite easily. Now, with OP in his face, Javi can't do anything. Yoshi picking up those first 2 gems now, even getting the next 2. 4-2 score already. Blacksy doing a great job at the right-hand side. Still, Chaos can't really push onto his lane, but does it even matter if the mid can't pick up the gems? I don't think so.
Yeah, Blacksy almost went down there as well. Speed onto Yoshi, and he does fall very low. Ope's going to have to get these gems now, and that is a good thing for Team Queso. I mean, Ope can just take over as the gem carrier, yes, but it's going to stop a lot of that aggression that he's been putting forward onto the Mr. P. Boss just holding this left-hand side so flawlessly so far, and that's been the real downfall of SK at the moment. But through comes Yoshi. He's got the heal as well. That's Screeching Solo along with it, but he retreats back to his healing turret. Should be able to survive this one out, but maybe not with SK pinching down. Chaos is going to fall, and Blacksy has this right-hand side on lock now, but it's quite low. Yoshi takes a few hits to the face as well and has to back off, and this should put Team Queso in the control, but whether or not they'll be able to keep it's another question.
With Ope now carrying all the gems, Yoshi is gonna just go ahead and play a battle poker here, playing it so aggressively and getting some kills in as well. Boss now pushing up on the left-hand side. Last gets it out for him. Chaos can't take him out in time. SK Gaming is gonna push back all the way into spawn. That might be the moment that Team Queso takes over. 7 to 8 gems now. Ope is low. Yoshi's as well. Chaos down. It doesn't look good for SK Gaming all of a sudden.
Yeah, Javi's got 8 gems in hand as well, but it is 8 to 8. We just need to see if they're able to take these players down. Nice aggressive turret coming in from Boss as well, but he needs to be careful. Screeching Soul will bring him down, but Black is able to get the kill on the right-hand side. That's nice for them, but now Ope's coming through. They need some aggression. They need some defense here, I should say. Javi trying to run away, but does get taken down, but a good trade. That's going to add another gem to the count, but Blacksy picks them up, starts the countdown. It's 8 to 11. I don't think they can even this out, and especially with Boss grabbing that one, they can't, and getting the kill.
13 seconds left on the clock. I question this decision though from SK Gaming. They could have easily just reset when Team Queso only had 10 gems. Yoshi bringing them the 11th one. Team Queso taking this game. When they had 8 to 10 gems, 2 gems would have still been spawning, with both of them just rushing them, losing the gems. They handed over a free win to Team Queso.
Yeah, but I will say at the same time, there was maybe a possibility of getting all of their opponent's gems and cutting the game short. But as you say, it was just it's just too much of a risk to take, and they did kind of not throw the game because they still could have lost it. And it's difficult to get 2 gems from mid as well if you're just waiting for them, because one's going to spawn on the opponent's side. But Blacksea plays a very aggressive start and gets paid off for it.
Immediately getting the win over this right-hand side is going to help Team Queso, pushing them back even more. Yoshi can't pick up the gems as easily as in the first game, but again, Javi, what can he do? He's already down 4-0 gems now. If they had another mid, I have to repeat it once again, could have looked better.
Mute available from Chaos now as well, and this is complete dominance so far in this game number 3 of set number 2 from SK Gaming. 6 gems to 0, and the Mute not being used yet either. Fat Splatter comes down, and Blexy's actually going to die to it, getting pressured, and they're just coming up one by one. We haven't really seen anything from Javi because he hasn't got the damage to get out of this position. But Porter's coming in now. If he pops a few gadgets, maybe he'll be able to do it. The Mute goes through the invulnerability, and it mutes up Blexy. They just can't move.
Javi, however, has a Mr. P Porter now. They can push up with it a bit. Yoshi only needs 1 more gem though. It's going to spawn any second now. OP picks it up. They already have countdown. Not even a minute into the game. What is this? Team Queso pushing up slowly. They need to get either OP and Yoshi both work out fine. 6 seconds left on the clock. Blacksea pushing in, Javi coming in as well. OP falling. Countdown is reset for now, but still, there's not going to be enough gems to reset it once again.
Still a big ass. 10 seconds left on the clock. Ope falls low. Yoshi's still got a heal as well. Screech and Solo will be there with it. They need to see some aggression from Blacksea. He's the one who's going to make a difference here. Yoshi's going to fall low, but the heal comes through. Super from Blacksea, but it's just not going to be enough. Yoshi retreats to the left-hand side corner. SK even things out, making it 1-1. And the start of this game looked so good for them. The end seemed a little bit sketchy, but they did feel in control of the game throughout the entirety.
Still no sweep incoming, even in this matchup. Both Ark and Trev were waiting for it to happen. It's not going to be this match. Maybe it's going to be the next one. Stay tuned. But for now, we're still staying with SK Gaming against Team Queso. Proves to be a lot closer than we expected. 1-1 in sets already. The next map might be a bit of a trickier one. Let's see. 40 gems picked up for SK Gaming. 16 dropped for both sides. In the end, it was a really close matchup. Also in the damage, it all just came down to collecting the gems, and I don't have to repeat it once again, do I? Mr. P.
Mr. P in the middle. Well, I knew what you were going to say, but I have to agree with you. You know, Mr. P just didn't have a lot of damage. It wasn't able to pinch the lanes that well either. And, you know, the porters that were coming down, it was when they were locked in spawn and they couldn't do anything anyway because they were just getting burned through. Sadly. So, yeah, not the best from Team Queso there. I feel like the draft could have been a little bit better, but they are still 1-1. You know, they're not out of the race yet. They played very well in that, and we've seen 2 sets go all the way so far, so maybe we're going to see some more. And in my eyes, this is looking like a set number 5 if these teams keep on playing this well against each other. I think we could be seeing a set number 5 decider here.
Again, I would love to get to cost a bit more games and get to see a very interesting and close matchup between those teams. Definitely Team Queso still the underdog in this one. They did beat them in the open finals, but OP was just freshly added into the roster. That's something we need to remember as well. Infinite Doom is going to be our next map, a bounty map we haven't seen so far in the competitive map pool. Yesterday was the first time it was ever played out, and we did already see some quite interesting comps on it. It has a lot of bushes, so it definitely makes out to ban out the Brock and the Tick from the side of Team Queso. They do, however, want to play a comp with some brawlers that do well in bushes. Shelly is open, for example. With Brock banned out, nothing comes in to break up the map, so best brawler definitely. And if Queso leaves it open, of course SK is going to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good sign for SK early on. And today, I'm not going to have any comments on the map. I'm over it by now. No negative comments about Infinite Doom just at the moment. I'm over it. I'm over it.
I was nickering about it all morning.
I'm over it, okay? Shelly is the first pick coming in, and I do like it. You know, it's a very good pick. Pretty much whoever picks up Shelly usually does end up winning the set. Usually, I will say, just in case they jinx me, or I jinx them, I should say, and and they don't manage to win it. But Team Queso should be following up with 2 picks. They're going to go for the Crow, and this is a brawler we touched on yesterday when we saw this map. It works well, scouting them out, slowing them down, and it pretty much does a vision gear with its base kit. A few seconds of the poison taken away and seeing where these opponents are. They do still have a second pick as well, so I'd imagine they'll go for something that can scout out yet again. We saw Janet banned out by a couple of teams yesterday. Do you think it's something that they might bring in, or well, they're going to go for Poco, but it could still come down the line?
I was just about to talk about it. Yesterday we touched on the Crow because I was saying I would always take Crow over the Janet. Janet was double banned out, not that good in the meta anymore, but maybe those two teams had an idea of this brawler simply because of drop the base of the gadget. Janet could be worth a pick up here. Let's see if SK Gaming is going to take it with Poker and Crow on the side of Team Queso already, taking the best, in my opinion, scouter in this map. Maybe Jean could be incoming now as well. And the heals from the Poker. I like Team Queso's comp. We do need some damage output from the side of SK Gaming, and of course the B is going to be incoming for them. Great pickup against that Crow. Still, a bit more scouting would be nice.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a nice pickup, but with no breaks going to be coming through. And I guess Shelly can break, right? But it's situational. It's going to break when you're in someone's face and you use a super. You don't know what direction that's going to be off in if you use an auto aim, which I'd imagine a lot of people will be in this bush if they get up close and personal with someone, just in case they do miss it. But we're going to see that squeak come down as well. Has a bit of a lingering effect with that residue, about 10 seconds on the map. And it just scouts out, slows down anything that goes through that portion. And to be honest, I don't feel like they have that much scouting ability, especially with that B, who's obviously got that singular projectile. But Squeak should do a decent job of it. But I think Team Queso have a chance here.
We talked about it yesterday already. They're giving SK Gaming the brawlers they like to play, like the Shelly and the Squeak. Usually not the best of ideas. Let's see if Team Queso has a plan in mind themselves. Again, gonna go with that Carl, and Carl is one of those brawlers Team Queso really thrives on. So I'm eager to see this matchup. It's gonna be another close one. Again, I couldn't decide which comp I like better. Just like in Gem Grab, both of those teams proved to me at least that they are on point with their drafting today.
Yeah, I mean, both of the drafts looks pretty good to me as well, but, you kind of have to be like, oh, it's Shelly, let's go with them, I feel, because it's Shelly, and that's just how it is. But just by looking at it, if it wasn't Shelly and if Shelly wasn't as strong, obviously I'd like Queso's comp a little bit more. It seems just a little bit more versatile, a bit more scouting ability. But if SK get control of the bush early on and use the Shelly to their advantage, I think they're going to be winning this one.
In the end, it all comes down to, can the Carl get some value without getting into OP's face here? With Shelly as shell shot, Carl is not going to have a great time here. Already the first 2 kills falling, 3 kills. Team Queso, all of them finding themselves in their own spawn. Sticky residue isn't even needed. Team Queso so far not even touched those bushes.
Yeah, I said if SK get control early on, I think they'll be all right, and that's exactly what they have done now. We see that residue coming down. Blacksy's going to get shot and supered. He's taken down as well. 8 stars already for SK Gaming. Super available from Yoshi. That can be a slowdown. Chaos has 5, though, so it's not that out of reach if they can start to make a comeback. Make that 6 as we extend the lead to 9 stars in between them. Slow from Yoshi, follow-up shot and another one as well. See this Rattled Hive coming through as well, and that would have killed Blacksy if OP didn't. But this might be done before we can even, comment much more on it, because if they hit that 20-star mark, it'll be over.
Boss coming in there with a sweep, but OP already ready for it. Taking him out with a super. Hobby falling again. 16 to 1 stars already. Remember, if we hit those 20-star mark, this game is going to be over before it even hits the timer. Getcha coming in from Hobby doesn't even help. Lexi falling 20 stars, 2-1. It couldn't be more dominant.
Wow. I mean, we said both of these teams have a good draft, but I'm kind of questioning our statement now because that.
It all comes down to that start. SK Gaming getting a team wipe at the start, and then
there's no breaking it.
With no control at all over the mid, Team Queso isn't going to be able to get back into mid.
Well, I mean, at least they got the blue star again, but they're slowed down once more. Clay Pigeon activated. Javi is low. Blacksy's going to fall there again, and I feel like they're just being reckless with it.
Why are they pushing in so aggressively, though? They're just repeating what the first game was already showing us. Falling again, Busty, 1 last man standing with the blue star at least, but blue star doesn't mean anything with the lead that SK Gaming already has after those first 30 seconds. 6-1.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah,
It's more of the same.
I felt it.
It's more of the same. SK had this control. They have another Squeak Super available as well. Ope still got some Clay Pigeons in hand. Blacksy gets hit by that Super. Obviously, no slow coming down as we see a little bit of a star power change as the norm coming through. But Boss might actually get the first kill, and he doesn't actually get traded out there. He managed to get a heal, I believe, maybe off Poco to survive it. But Rattled Hive comes through. Not going to find any connections there. I'm not sure why. Did it hit him already on the... I'm not sure why that happened. I'm not sure if it hit him already or if we've just seen something happen for the first time.
I think it hit him already. Shell Shock gonna come in there. Yoshi getting another takedown, 15 to 5 stars. It does look a tiny bit better. Team Queso only had a single star in the first one, but still, they just don't find any connection, any pathway into mid. SK is controlling it so fiercely every single time Team Queso tries to push up, and they're doing a great job at it. They're just ready for it. OP again, sneaking up there on the right-hand side, getting another takedown, 17 to 5 stars. That's only one last kill SK needs to win this set.
Yeah, I think we can call it. 3K almost makes the connection. OP's got a super, and I mean, they're still going to play on. They still have high hopes, but Javi does have to use that gadget to get off. But Boss in spawn is not even the one who goes down because the rest of the team's getting dominated as well. Throwing up some SK win pins, and rightfully so, because look at these statistics. We see 1 kill for the Poco, 5 deaths for each of those, and then massive amounts of kills across the way from SK Gaming, and that was just something special.
Well, I did like both drafts, but again, sometimes you just need to ban out whatever your opponents like to play. And all of those teams have analysts, have coaches that know exactly what their opponents are usually playing. SK Gaming on their side really love to play that Squeak, worked quite well. Chaos also getting the star player there. And then the B in mid, also something we are used to see. Team Queso wasn't waiting for those picks incoming, and the stats are just speaking the same language. It honestly hurts to see.
Yeah, that's I mean, it speaks for itself. 41-4, 6-41, and they even picked up both the blue stars as well for the side of Team Queso. So you can't say it wasn't the best of the first few seconds, but after that, SK Gaming kind of just team wiped them over and over and over and over and over again, and Team Queso were just...
You're brutal like that.
Just stood watching. I mean, can you not? Like, how can you not be brutal after watching that?
I mean, to be fair, you didn't like the map. Maybe it was just the map that wasn't fitting for Team Queso. Maybe they're able to change things in the next one.
Hey, I didn't say anything about the map today, so that can't be me. Yesterday, maybe I could blame myself, but today, I will be taking no blame
we have a new
whatsoever
Trev right
for that.
here.
Yeah.
His spine isn't tingling today.
It's not. I haven't had the feelings, and I mean, clearly wrong on this one as well, because I said 3-0 to SK Gaming, and I don't doubt that after that, they should be winning 3-1 in the next set, because that's got to have given them some serious confidence, and Team Queso have got to be feeling pretty down after that set, I will say. So we'll see if they're able to, you know, make some reparations, come back with a stronger mindset, and take this to a set number 5.
I hope they do. Well, Ark might have done you a favor. He did call out that you apparently said 3-1 in the break. So you can say, well, I was right all along. I was trying to joke around with Ark. Let's see.
Well, I will say, I actually didn't say 3-1 in the break, just to clarify to everyone. Just to clarify to the viewers out there. I did not turn back on myself. I was very secure on 3-0, and I was wrong. I can admit when I was wrong.
I'm eager to see the next draft upcoming now. Kaboom Canyon is going to be our heist map. We have Bell, B, and Crow banned out by Team Queso, Brock, Carl, and Amber by SK Gaming. I do feel like Team Queso has the first pick here. Going to go with that Eve pick. Again, it's not my favorite brawler, but on a map like this one, you just have so much control with it.
Yeah, it's good. It is good.
Trev doesn't love it either, it seems like.
I mean, it's a Team Queso special. Ark was saying yesterday we used to roast them for this across the last season. They picked Eve everywhere. And right, there is some water. It can be used, but there's better first picks.
I agree. Well, however, they're going to go with it again once their Ember is banned out. Usually also one of those pickups that Team Queso likes and loves on every single map and mode. Bonnie's going to be the pickup here from SK Gaming. Lola as well. A lot of damage output, not that much control.
Why hasn't Shelly been picked?
Don't needy. I agree with Bonnie and Lola.
Yeah, I'd have said Shelly was a first pick in my eyes, you know. Get yourself moving in that middle grass and get some control through it, I think that'd be a pretty solid first pick in my opinion. Never mind a little further on down the line, but we're going to see the Colette coming in. Going to be pretty good against the Bonnie, but Lola's going to have a very good matchup against the Ego plays down, freeze frame on top of that as well, and you're going to be able to tank quite a lot. So I don't hate the Colette, I don't love it because it's got pretty much one good matchup and one not so great matchup across the board. So we'll see if they're able to pull something special out.
I mean, in the end, in Heist, you just need damage on safe, and with Shelly, yes, you have a lot of control on especially Kaboom Canyon, but with that Lola, Bonnie, and Colette incoming from those two teams, we have a lot more damage output so far. So I do like that they haven't picked up the Shelly so far, but they have listened to you. However, Shelly's gonna come in now for some mid control together with the Eve. It's gonna be an easy one for Team Queso to hold control once they have it, but they need to get it first. With Colette in mid, just coming out again and again, doing some damage to save, they should have this one in their bags, in my opinion. Yeah,
I mean, topping off with Shelly, I think they're pretty good, but, you know, Lola and Bonnie, I think, is a very solid opposing side. They're going to go with the Griff as well. Obviously, going to have to break up that grass, otherwise Shelly's going to be even more fast than Surety is with that speed gear, so I can't blame them for bringing that one in. You can break up some walls as well, actually have that 3-lane matchups, and even, you know, benefit off that yourselves as well. So I don't mind either of the comps. I think if Team Queso can keep control, and as you said, it's pretty much just off the start in every single game, whoever gets that early control. If Shelly does, it's going to be tough for SK to break.
It will be. However, I do like the Griffin coming. It didn't work out for SK Gaming at all in the first map. Maybe it gets redemption on Kaboom Canyon. Heading into this matchup, SK Gaming with the possibility to get match point again. It could be the last one we're watching from those two teams. Let's see if it is, or if Team Queso is able to prolong this one and maybe come back to a 5th and last set.
Yeah, home side break by Opay, but Yoshi's going to come forward against Black Sea in this lane and actually win it as well, get the kill, but Boss should be able to trade him out nicely when he lands, and he does. No damage done, but a bit more control for SK Gaming here. Javi actually has that super though, which is, as you said, that's the guaranteed damage that they can get on the save. Just super towards it, and you get some stuff done. Black's going to use a super there as well, assist Boss in taking down OP, but Yoshi yet again moving forwards.
Javi with the first damage dealt to save though. Why is it only 5%?
Good question, I don't have a clue.
What happened there? Usually Colette, every single time she goes unsafe, she will get 10%. He kind of only hit it once. Interesting to see that. Must have been max range. Yoshi jumping in again, but every single time he uses his super, he doesn't really get any damage on the save.
That was nice from Blacksea there. Good pop of the Clay Pigeon, and even using the super bat there as well to ensure that he couldn't do anything, and they do have the lead. And they have a good amount of control as well, put it that way. They need to see SK break out here, and as you say, Yoshi just making jumps, but not getting a lot from them. Usually it's kind of that's SK's guaranteed damage on save. Gadget going to be popped, but Blacksea moving forward. Super from Colette comes in. They do get one hit again, but not the second.
Unfortunate.
But this time it was actually because he just got absolutely eradicated by SK. And now they're pushing up. They're going to leave Blacksea on safe. We're going to see that pop as well, but they're going to need to deal a lot of damage because they are quite far behind.
They are, but Shelly isn't doing the same amount of damage as a Lola and the Griff on save now. Op is staying alive there for quite some time. Lola doing some damage as well. Chaos doing a great job at staying alive himself. Finally falling on 33 to 33%. Blacksea's still back there. But as long as SK Gaming still has some Yoshi supers incoming, they could turn this one around. Javi now though, finally hitting a double hit onto safe. 1% left, 0. Team Queso takes this first game.
I mean, I expect no arguments about me saying Shelly maybe should have been the first pick now, because it played very, very well, put it that way. And, you know, they did leave it. It got a decent amount of damage down there. Yes, SK started to bring it back, but they couldn't survive it out as the three of them. Opay went very, very aggressive, dropped a piggy bank down on it. They had even percentages when, you know, he kind of slid into that pocket and let his teammates come in and assist him. So it was well played by Team Queso.
I clearly don't have a clue when it comes down to drafting, Trev. You should take over all of my jobs.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's strictly true, but I have to stand by myself when it comes to the Shelly.
I agree with you though. Javi now finally getting a double hit onto safe, getting the takedown onto OP as well. Chaos falling too. Great starting coming from Team Queso on the other side. We do have Yoshi getting some damage finally from his super. Has to hide though now, as I believe Flex is keeping him on that left-hand side corner.
Yeah, pretty much the exact same as the last game. Not a lot of damage from the jump, but keeping the Shelly back at least. Javi's going to get 2 hits from his super this time. That's a change at least. Boss has another super, throws it over to the left-hand side, waiting for these spawnables to come in, and then I imagine they'll go a little bit more aggressive. But they do have quite a lot of DPS to just be able to sweep up these spawnables coming through. Chaos should be able to burn through these quite nicely, but actually we're going to see maybe one of them hit the safe. Does make that connection, and Team Queso following up with some more as well, but it looks like Shelly's just going to leave. Did he pick up? Actually, he did get the kill on Yoshi. I wasn't clearly keeping an eye on the feed.
That's what I was saying just before, whenever Team Queso gets that mid-control, it's going to be so hard for SK Gaming to come back from this one. Finally getting the takedown there. Javi, the last man standing. SK does get an opening into mid, able to break up those bushes finally to help them play against the Shelly. But Team Queso still in a comfortable lead here, and SK Gaming really needs to push up even more to get some damage dealt to save. They really only have Yoshi that can jump over the defense that Team Queso is showing them, but the other two need to get close and comfortable with this save to get some damage.
Yeah, Blacksy going quite aggressive. We see a jump forwards from Yoshi, and considering they're in quite a damage deficit, might not be the best idea, but Ope's actually picking up a kill, and that has turned into a great play. I take everything I said back. Wonderful stuff from SK, and they're coming through with some damage now. Do actually take the lead as well, and now Team Queso are the ones who have to answer.
That jump from Yoshi in the end gave them the opening they needed. Boss needed to fall back and get the takedown on to him. All of a sudden, SK Gaming in a lead, but it's only 4%. Team Queso still with the first game here could turn around things, prolonging into the 5th and final set if they only get those last 40%. Another dashing coming from Javi there. Blacksy standing strong on the left-hand side. This could end for Team Queso.
Yeah, well, they're actually still 2% behind, but you're going to need some damage, and maybe that's going to come from Blacksy. Not going to be able to get the shots off just yet. Team Queso needs something. Javi's got to get super. Can they get it? They're not going to tank out all the damage. Boss can't get it done. The 2% remains, and SK Gaming win this game, go on to match point. But you have to question how they didn't get the damage.
The body block of the Sentry, first defending Blacksy from the left-hand side, then Javi not getting his super in time. Boss not getting through. 2% in the end was all it took for SK Gaming to finally get their match point.
Yeah, well, this could all be done in this next game, or will we see Team Queso take it and take to set number 5? Early wall break as well with a piggyback from OP, and we're going to see Eve just retreat quite nicely there, but Clay Pigeon coming forward from Blacksy, getting some good hits on, but the jump forward should be cleaned up, but actually it is going to be a trade, and Chaos might be able to go towards the save now, but going to choose to defend Javi instead.
Very important takedown there onto Blacksy. Javi does get as Colette super onto save, another 10% there. Damage gear even, 12% it is. But in the end, with SK Gaming now standing as fiercely as they are in mid, it's going to be hard for Team Queso to come back from this one. SK Gaming just can wait it out technically to get some damage eventually, but they fall back now as Yoshi's falling. I don't know, Yoshi needs to do more damage to save when he jumps.
Yeah, it feels like he's going for kills instead of actually going for the damage. Blacksy very low. Yoshi trying to find the kill and actually does get it. Jump forward now as well. Might be able to find something from this. Actually did clean up a super there, I believe, from Boss had placed down, but they need to kill Javi, and that they do. Tries to retreat into that corner, but doesn't make it all the way, and now Chaos plays his defense against Blacksy. And I mean, they are still 12% down, and there's a lot of time for them to come back, but it seems like Team Queso just have control.
Freeze frame was used a bit too early there from Chaos. His super gets swept immediately as Blacksy is slowly but steadily pushing up the left-hand side. Gets finally pinched out there by Yoshi, and Chaos. Well played there, but still Team Queso is in the lead after Eve parasites now as well. Javi from the right-hand side just waiting for himself to heal a tiny bit to then go in again, even extending the lead for Team Queso.
Yeah, OP couldn't get that kill there on Javi, and now these spawners coming in. Blacksy's going to try and get the super off on the left-hand side, but Javi's going to go in, get the damage, and get a kill. Yoshi eats 3 of those spawners, and now OP got to defend against Blacksy here. Need a pinch coming in, but surely he's going to choose that right-hand side where OP is. The star power coming into play and getting some heals off. There's still time to bring this back, and a great super from OP, but they need Blacksy down, and they need him now, and they do manage to get it, but more parasites all day long from Team Queso is keeping them in control.
Boss and Javi just keeping control over the mid for now. That's all they need to do with the lead. They already have 30% in their hands. Blacksy now from the right-hand side as well. Shell shock in his hands. Yoshi with the last try there, again jumping, but not getting any damage dealt to save. Chaos can't push up there. OP not gonna have enough time to push up either. Team Queso actually make it all the way to the last and final set. Who would have thought?
Me.
I give you that one. That's not true. Well played, Trev.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, the Shelly pick always prevails. There's something that people need to still learn around here, clearly. The Shelly always wins, and Team Queso do manage to come back with that win. We'll be seeing a set number 5 to decide this one. SK, they still looked good. They still looked very good throughout, and they had their moments, but I feel like, as you were saying all the way throughout, Yoshi needed the damage on the safe, and he just wasn't getting it.
I mean, I would love to see that actually, the win rates of the picks we have in this Snapdragon Pro Series. If Shelly really has 100% win rate in the end, Trev was right once again. Let's hope that's not happening. We have a lot more healing from the side of Team Queso, a lot more kills from the side of SK Gaming, but they just played for the objective. Team Queso taking this in the end all the way to the last set, and it seems like SK is struggling now more against Team Queso than they were yesterday against Esports, and that's exactly what I was talking about. They were really prepared to play against those very, very strong competitors. They didn't think Team Queso would be such a big of a opponent for them.
Yeah, it seems like it wasn't just me underestimating Team Queso this season then as well. Clearly SK Gaming have been doing the same, and Team Queso, they're looking very, very good. They seem to have some good drafts, at least on a few of the sets. They did mess up maybe a little bit in double swoosh where they did take that Mr. P down mid, as you said. But overall, they haven't been playing bad, they haven't been drafting bad, and they're looking decent going on into this 5th and final set. I said in that last one, with how hard SK dominated, Team Queso, they've got to come back with a different mentality. They can't be feeling defeated, and clearly they didn't, because they bounced back so strong. And now you've got to think the flip side. SK Gaming have come into this final set, not taking the set before, and Team Queso have got the momentum coming into this.
They do. Maybe they even take this one. Who would have thought that would happen today? Team Queso definitely looking strong today, already taking the game yesterday. That will give them a great lead overall in the leaderboard. Coming out of this first week with a 2-0 in the end would make the world for Team Queso, and maybe they can take this momentum all the way to the end, making it to the Gamescom.
I mean, a successful first week is a 2-0, and a 2-0 they'll be looking for, because as you said, whoever wins this one is going to be 2-0, whoever's going to be losing it goes to 1-1. And Team Queso, SK Gaming, both of them need Gamescom. They need the BSC points, and they're going to want the cash as well. Let's not forget about that. But the draft is in for Bell's Rock, and it is the decider. Gene, Shelley, and Tick. I'm glad they banned out Shelley this time because they didn't have the first pick. Willow, Sprout, and Barley going to be banned out from Team K. So pretty much all viable throwers banned out. Dynamite still there, but not really sure who's going to be picking that, especially with that Grom as the first pick.
I love the strategy Team Queso is showing us in this draft here, banning out every single brawler apart from the 2 best ones. In case SK Gaming then decides to ban out the Tick, they still have the Grom going with it as the first pick already. SK seems to like that Gauze and aggro pick. This time it's not going to be Carl. Shelly's banned, so it's going to be Bonnie. Once again, didn't work out in Heist, but it could work out in Bell's Rock whenever Bonnie has super, and Yoshi this time around can go for the kills. It can work wonders here. Team Queso now needs something against this Bonnie. Otis usually one of those picks you want to have. You can mute her whenever she's jumping, or any other aggro pick would work out fine.
Yeah, I like the way you said, oh, there's the Otis, You just know things. You just know things, Sonny. The Otis comes in for Team Queso.
I'm just lucky.
Don't talk yourself down like that. You're just a knowledgeable person, right? That's just how it is. Otis comes in, great pick, as you said, against the Bonnie. As you said, it's a great pick against the Bonnie. And also this time, yes, the Bonnie can just jump on the opponents. That would be the smart thing to do in Knockout. So that's going to be a little bit more catered towards Yoshi if he is slotting him as Brawler yet again. RT going to come down as that last pick. And I thought that's another one that does decently against Bonnie. Drop those legs, get the ground pounds coming down, and she's going to be in a difficult situation faced with like 4k damage.
Definitely. I do like that RT has lost pick up there. Does well against any long-range brawlers, but does well against the 2 brawlers SK has already picked up here. I don't really see what SK can answer with at this point. They don't have any throwers left. Maybe KO's gonna show us some more rekill action. We did see a lot of rekill on this map.
I might even need it. I'll just walk off. I'll leave.
I need you.
I'll leave. She knows too much. She knows too much about this game. Pretty much predicted the entire draft, let's put it that way. But SK versus Team Queso will be going into the game shortly. See who comes out on top. This is set 5. This is the decider to see who goes 2-0 in the league phase after the first week. Who is going to be ending 1-1? Both of them great positions, but obviously there's one that you prefer.
Well, it's a hard one. Once again, I feel like both those teams have been drafting so well throughout this whole thing. That's why I was able to predict it. Wink, wink. But I do like SK's one a tiny bit better. Whenever they get to push up, whenever they get the Bonnie super together with the Gauze shield, they can take the important first kill. And we all know it's so hard in Knockout to turn things around once you're 1 man down. If they only get this first kill, SK has got to be the better comp here.
Fast blast coming down the left-hand side. Resets Yoshi's healing, but then again, he wasn't really that far off max anyway. Grom needs to try and find some hits. I feel like that's going to be the big difference here, that he can just stay out of harm's way, and Chaos is pretty much always going to be in harm's way against the Grom, but doing pretty well so far, avoiding it. Yoshi's going to fall quite low and actually survive it. Him shooting over to the left has given Chaos a chance to push out here, but he's locked in this bot. Blacksy's going to go down though. Javi might be able to find the kill. Doesn't. The Gus shield clutches up. SK Gaming take this player lead. They get traded out though. Can Javi survive this one? Super goes all the way to the right, actually bounces back and hits both of them. Wonderful from Chaos, and SK take round 1.
Well, I take some of it back. We don't need a bunny super. We just need Chaos casually walking up the mid lane, using a bouncy castle to stay alive there. Beautiful plays there coming in from Chaos. And yeah, whenever you get the first kill, it's going to be hard for the other team to turn things around. Was proven by SK Gaming. Now Team Queso really needs to work a bit more off of this Grom. Grom needs to get some control over mid, otherwise it's going to look tough for them.
Yeah, Javi literally finding no hits on the right-hand side, gets jumped on, but the takedown is there for OP. He doesn't get a hit onto him. Boss going to throw a super into the spawn, maybe even not even pick up aim there. And they're going to get hit so hard by the two people coming in. Chaos and Yoshi come in, sweep up, and SK Gaming are on match point.
So, what Team Queso needs to do now, whenever Bonnie OP has his super, they need to get the Oches into mid so they can protect the other two. Not even DRT was able to stay alive there whenever OP decided to jump on him. Grom isn't going to be either, so yeah, you really need to place that Otis a bit better. Maybe it works out. And Boss really needs to focus on Chaos, otherwise he's just doing again what he did in the first round. Boss is doing just that though, keeping him back there, very important, and he's doing a great job.
I will say though, Javi's hit maybe a total of about 3 shots across both games here, or at least both rounds, because Ope just walked up so freely onto him. See, he's doing it again. He's just being walked. He still isn't hitting. You see what I mean? It's just not good for Javi to just be walked up on by OP. He's meant to be playing the range game against him. Blacksy goes down. 1 round between SK and the game.
To be fair, he did have super in the first game, so it has to be more than 3 hits, but I agree with you. Also, it's very hard to hit your shots with RT. Let's be a bit kinder here to Javi, but maybe he's doing better now. OP jumping in now. Otis again not in position. Nobody's there to protect the Grom. He's falling. 3v2 situation. That has to be pretty much over here. SK Gaming with the possibility to get this win. They already have match point, Ref.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso drag it out, but in the end, SK Gaming are going to be the victors. Throwing up the SK pins. So if you like an SK, make sure to go buy those from the shop. Because Team Queso are down and defeated. This is not a good position. Javi's surely going to go down. Going to drop his legs and try it anyway, but in the end, he is in a 3v1, and that's never going to work out well for him. SK Gaming take the win, move 2-0 in the league phase. Team Queso going to be 1-1, and not a single one of them got a kill.
SK just stayed alive throughout that whole set, and it was the 5th and last one. Ark, what are your thoughts on that one? Would you have thought this is going to be played out all the way?
Very exciting stuff. I've got to hand it to Team Queso. None of us expected them to pull up quite as much of a showing, in all honesty. SK can be very proud, and you can see just how happy they were at the end of things, because it wasn't an easy run. They had to persevere, and Team Queso really did put up a great fight along the way. A lot less healing in that matchup, no doubt about it. Probably the most obvious of the stats, as SK really did a better job of it. In terms of damage, pretty even on both sides, but what a stunning performance in week 1 for them. SK are now going to be looking so good in the next days.
I mean, SK looked phenomenal, but you even said it before we headed into the match, Trav. You felt like yesterday you underestimated Queso a little bit. And now, once again, bringing this the full 5, just across the board, we're getting stellar performances from all of our teams.
I mean, Team Queso, they looked very good through that one. They took it to a 5th set against SK Gaming, who are arguably looking one of the better teams in this competition at the moment. They've taken 2 wins now, and they're 2-0. They're going to be feeling so good about that one, and obviously wanting to attend the event in their hometown of Cologne. You can't blame them for it either, really. So, I mean, they're wanting to get there. They need the points more than anybody, and so far they're executing exactly what the plan will have been.
All right, well, we're just going to keep this thing moving. You see up there on the screen, we've got match number 3 coming up right around the corner between Humble and Na'Vi. Sure to be a very close match yet again. So we're going to send it to a short break, and when we return, match number 3 coming at you. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are halfway through the matches on day number 2, which means we're almost done with the entire first week of the challenge. And besties, chilling on the sofa. It's been a fun day so far. It's time to start talking about match number 3. It's going to be Humble versus Navi, and we're just going to start with the dynamic duo. Why don't you both tell me what we can expect out of this matchup?
I'll let you.
I said during the break that he wouldn't be here, and he proved me wrong, so he's making moves. Humble versus Navi, a match that I'm actually quite excited for, especially when you look back at yesterday's performance for Humble. I mean, they really surprised me, and that, I think, just displays how much they're coming into their own in this competition. Like, I just didn't really feel like they had much of an opportunity yesterday, but they absolutely did, and they proved me wrong. Tomzy, Lukey, Cyclone, and Kanan really are a bit of a force to be reckoned with. The question for me realistically is, how are they faring against Navi? A team which they did face in the BSC, going back in the months in the quarterfinal stages when they were Dogs the Lobster, and Navi did get the win there. So they're going to have to learn from some of those mistakes coming into this matchup. It's definitely a more challenging one for them, but one that I think they can actually get a really good handle on here.
Rightly so. And, if they do manage to win this one, then they're going to be in a pretty decent position. 1-1 is not too bad, but being 2-0 does not sound good whatsoever. Let's put it that way. I mean, 0-2. 2-0 sounds pretty good, obviously. But I think that Humble can do it. It's going to be a very, very tough one. Obviously, they took Zeta Division to last set, which in itself is a very, very tough thing to do. At the moment, Zeta are better than Navi, so if they bring a very similar performance, they can win it.
I have to agree with our two lovebirds over there. And then on the other side, the opponents, of course, of Humble today are Navi. We did think yesterday that it's going to be a close match they have to face. They played against ANR, and it was a close one indeed. They got reverse swept, and they just really, really hope that those games yesterday don't hurt their mentals today.
I mean, we're gonna get an opportunity to see here. We'll check out their roster and talk about their players a little bit because, like you said, Trav, there is the possibility for Humble to bring a lot to the table up against this Navi squad.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say make or break because they're a little bit early for that, but if Navi pull this one off, they're going to be in a very, very good position, let's put it that way, because they're going to be 2-0. But MMA, Cube, and Angel Boy, it really is just a great roster. We see so much aggression coming out of these guys as well. It was just that they couldn't beat ANR. They just got, I believe it was reverse swept yesterday, right? So the one team to get reverse swept, and they looked so good throughout the starts. They brought their aggression, they played it well, they even countered some aggression coming out of ANR, but they couldn't bring it home. So today is definitely a day where both of these teams really need to win.
Yeah, this is my small reservation for Navi because they really did come out the gates flying yesterday, and they kind of exacerbated themselves too early in that same respect. They've got to be able to finalize their results better and not to get too confident, too ahead of themselves, because they've had some great results, and they don't want to tarnish that. They want them to remain consistent and a real threat, especially in these early stages, because it can come full circle. These are the times to really give themselves that early advantage going into the later challenge days, and they've got an opportunity now, but Humble are not going to go easy on them by any means.
All right, Sonny, you know what's coming up next then. Predictions. How do you think this is going to go?
This is really a tough one. Again, I don't think we're going to have a 3-0 sweep just yet. It's only the second match day, right? So we're going to stay with the topic. It's going to be 3-2 for Humble.
All right, you can see those picks coming in as well. Ark, I'm going to let you go second before Trav.
And she said she's letting you go second.
I was going to second after Trav because, I was just going to copy him. 3-1. Let's play it safe.
To who?
Does it matter? What are you going to say? Should we say them over at the same time?
I'm saying, yep.
3-1, yeah?
3-1.
3, 2, 1.
Navi.
You can't fault that. You can't fault that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm fighting the lovebirds there. I'm saying Humble take this one. Let's see if it's gonna happen. The draft is already in now. Shelly and Gray on the side of Navi. I feel like that's already pretty much predicted to who will take Pinball Dreams. That we established already. Shelly just wins.
All right, well, we'll have to see if that's the case. 2 more picks to go means it's time for me to send you two over to the casting desk. This is going to be a fun one for you both. So let's get into it.
Can confirm Shelly does just win.
Not going to take my hand?
No.
Wow, okay, I see how it is. Hard to get. I quite like this great idea that Navi are floating with here. It's kind of very interesting, especially on Brawl Ball. The only reservation I have regarding it is simply that, you know, a lot of the teams are expecting that TP to come in and are really preparing to defend it when it does, but you can get some fantastic goal-scoring opportunities with it on your side.
Well, I know who I like. I know which combo I like, and it's plainly because Tara's on it. I don't know if it's better, but I like it. You know, support from beyond, it's going to be decent against the Shelly. 3 of those heading towards the face. It's going to take 3 ammo slots, and then during that time, you can push up. But at the same time, I think Navi's comp, I do prefer just that little bit more. But Barley, if it can control the lane, not let Grey get TP, not let Shelly break it up, then it's decent. But I don't know how well it'll fare late game if they don't get a quick win.
I think there's something to be said as well for the fact that Humble have banned out the Willow here, because that is a brawler which Navi really do pioneer fantastically well. We saw yesterday how well they defended with it on the heist of all game modes to bring her in, and they've done a lot of homework. The Jessie ban, I'm not too convinced as to why, but you know, it's very early days for Pinball Dreams anyway to be in the competitive map pool, so there could be something within the scrims to be seen within the data on the side of Navi, which is where they want to go for it. Already Lukey, they're going to pop the Pest, and that's a great left-hand side lane clear up from him. The Shelly on defense from Cube is going to really have to show its form now, and I kind of do worry a bit for Humble in that respect, because I'm sure it won't be too long yet before the clay pigeons come out.
Yeah, some good connections in the pullback there from the Walking Cane. Really nice from Angel Boy, but not a lot followed up after it. Gets the TP through them and finds the kill. Beautiful play from him, and Cyclone's not that healthy either. MMA's just going to come through the TP next and should be able to find something. Angel Boy gets the pinch in, but Tomsy's got Super. He's going to get supered on as well, though. One pass, he TP's back, Super through that, but Tara pulled through everything. Tanks and a goal should be there. Wonderful aggression from Navi, and they played it out for a goal.
A great time there for that Bonnie jump from MMA, just really making the most of where Tomsy was, and despite that last call, really making the most of the opportunity just to eradicate from the mix, and Navi did make that first goal look quite easy. Now Cyclone just going to be pushing through the slowing toxin onto MMA, keeping him vulnerable, and he might burn down here as a result of the poison. Willie, though, he's still in the mix. Down he goes there from Lukey, but Cube is going to be a thorn in the side here, despite Angel Boy going away, but there is that portal on the side of Lukey, and that's always dangerous in spots like this. If he manages to land that and get good value for it, he can also break the walls with it as well, don't forget. So let's see what he wants to make use of it on that right-hand side if he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, Angel Boy's going to die. Not sure if they kind of played out the Cube was going to go through that instead of him and get the super off against Lukey, but they are just playing defensive. Only 45 seconds on the clock, so defending out for that long, it is a tricky task, especially with this Barley super coming down, and Angel Boy should be falling. Walking came through the wall to break up a little more, though. Here comes the jump from Cyclone, and Cube needs to defend it super out rather than using it against one of the players. I'm not sure if I like it or not, because this might be a walk from Lukey regardless.
Angel Boy's not got the DPS, I feel, but the help of Cube was there. It wasn't enough. Lukey scores regardless, and a great time for it. But now it's all about obtaining that control and getting the ball up as close as they can in these final moments for overtime, realistically, here. But I think in that respect, it's not a bad comp on either side, but I do prefer what Navi are running with here. Humble got to defend. Great job from MMA. Cube, Cyclone's going to go down. Angel Boy is slow, but Cube is actually pulled towards the ball, and he threads on the left-hand side. Beautiful stuff from Cube.
Great plays there by Navi, and as you said, he pulled towards the ball. Maybe should have pulled him away from it rather than that, but the super that he got off regardless was very, very nice, and you can see where it was going to be happening here. Super there, the first goal, great stuff, and he even used his black portal to really no avail there, got no charge back off it or anything, so that was a bit of an issue for a while, but then eventually managed to walk this one in. Really nice from Lucas, see the opportunity there, even with Q pinching, and the last goal slotted in as well there by Navi to take the first game of the series.
It's honestly such a powerful map for Shelly. I'm surprised with that in mind that Humble didn't ban it, because you know it does provide a great deal of defensiveness for Navi, and Humble can't afford to let them score as early on as they did previously. Great TP there from Angel Boy, just catching Cyclone off guard, but Cyclone does return with some good valid shots though as well. Ball continues to be pushed forwards here as Cube starts to take an affirmative position on the right hand side, gets the pass through, winning the goal. He does. Beautiful stuff yet again from that man.
I mean, it's just gorgeous from Q, but let's not forget he is playing Shelly. It makes his life a little bit easier, but still the plays are absolutely incredible. Jump from Cyclone, pull from Lukey. This shouldn't be a lost lane by Lukey. He's got the support from beyond. He's got the pull, gets the pull off. Gonna see the clay pigeon wasted as well. Just MMA remaining. Pass should be there, and that should be a walk in anyway. But he's gonna go for the jump down, not gonna hit onto him, but that's gonna be some DPS coming out of him. It actually doesn't get it in. He's got the super available now. That should be a double pull and a kill there, but actually dies anyway. And everything's falling apart for Humble.
Yeah, disastrous. It really was, because that should have been, in my opinion, a goal, and then the follow-up was just equally as worse, and now Cube now has Super. Luki is so vulnerable to it. The great smoke, the breakthrough as well, and Navi tie that up very, very cleanly.
That was a very fast set number 1 there. Luki gets star player, even though he's 1 and 2 on the other side, so he must have made some good plays that weren't kills, or I guess deaths at the same time, because he had 2 of those and a negative KD, but still, I think he made some plays, but it just wasn't anything that Navi weren't able to handle. You know, he scored 1 goal, made a few supers, but other than that, Cube just played this so well on the Shelly, regardless of it being a pretty easy, brawl to play on a good map that's, Shelly's good on. He still played it great.
Feel for Thomasy there as well, because the slowing toxin is really good to have. The sticky syrup mixer there really did make the slow, but it's just too badly timed. It allowed the player Cube to be able to push through that goal, and statistically, Humble have got to make some changes here. It's going to put them to the test now, because they've had, as A&R did yesterday, that first experience of how Navi start things off with aggression, with good decision making as well. The draft, I felt, was just better for the most part. You cannot leave Shelly open. You simply can't. Not against a team like Navi, who are really pioneering with it. And being down now is going to show us how Humble are going to respond. Are they going to take this one lying down? Are they going to start to bring things back? And in regards to those bans, they've got to bring back around, to the Nita ban, which I can absolutely relate to. But what about that Jessie ban? Did you see a reason why?
I didn't. Maybe it was just getting towards the end of the draft and they didn't know what to ban, getting towards the ban phase, because I don't know. I suppose maybe, if you're going to have other spawners coming in, then Jessie can be pretty good, right? Like, bouncing off a few of those support from Beyonds if they manage to get Tara or something like that. Just, I guess it maybe was just future-proofing your comp if you wanted to play some spawners. I guess that's the only reason.
Yeah, I just feel like that's a Shelly ban waiting to happen. It can work in Shooting Star, but I don't know whether it is a first pick material here, but then again, it can work pretty much everywhere. Bans with Bonnie, Jean, and Meg, Piper, Nanny, and Tick. Gotta see that Nanny ban for me, which is a great thing. Sprout this early on is a risky one, actually, for me, because Bonnie is still available, and Navi do love that particular brawler. It's got so many particular counters, Bonnie being banned out, actually, by Humble, and that's actually good to see for that reason. But Sprout first pick here, I love the brawler. I don't like the placement in regards to this rotation of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, there's still Carl on the table, there's still Grom on the table, there's still so many things that can take out Sprouts. Taking it as a first pick, it's risky, but it kind of forces Navi Hand to go something like, I mean, I suppose they could go it later on down the line, but they might run out of things to go later on down the line if we go back to Humble and they pick them up. So we're going to see an RT being taken by Navi, good at close range, good at short range, pretty versatile. Obviously, with the gadget as well, you can get some nice kills. If they are on a small amount of HP, you can get the kill, but I like the pick, and as we said, I feel like there's still a lot of counters left to Sprout.
I want to see a Gus, ideally, here from Navi, because that could be a saving grace for Humble on that Sprout pick. If they find themselves in a tough spot, they're going to go with Bell, which is always going to be good here, I feel. It's one that's often forgotten about, but Brock available still here for Humble. But if they don't pick that, I'm a bit concerned, because then Navi can choose to break things open a lot, and it just deflates what Sprout is able to bring to the table here. But again, with Max, that's got to kind of pair well with the Sprout too. I just still worry, because there's a great deal that Navi could pick as the third and final, which might unhinge the effectiveness of the Sprout pick here. But as time goes on, we'll see shortly as to what the strategy that Humble is trying to employ here really is, and it is going to be Gus. I think that makes a lot of sense, and they kind of had to, but it was just risky to leave that particular brawler open for Navi, because it could have easily been snapped up as that second pick alongside the RT. Regardless, to say, Navi's comp is definitely the safer one in terms of how things are shaping up to be. Humble taking more risks, but I kind of like that for them, because sometimes, he who dares wins.
And it does seem so far that Navi are a little bit superior. Yes, I think they had the superior draft in the first one, but they're going to go with the B. I guess kind of just future-proofing themselves for a few more of these aggressive things, get the slowdown, get a couple of shots off. It's going to be decent against the Carl at range. But if the Carl gets super still, if they do choose to bring that in as their last pick, we'll see if they do. I guess maybe it's covering themselves in case they come in with something even more aggressive, like a tank or something like that as well, because the Gus and Sprout don't have the biggest amount of DPS and are still pretty easy to juke. But we'll see what Navi do choose to take to round out this comp of the RT and the Bell. Have this last pick, and it should be... Oh, they're going to go with a Grom. They're going to play it pretty similar to Humble, actually.
I really like Grom here. I think that in many cases it can be better than Sprout, but it's one of those things that can help safe-proof those later stages in Bounty, having the Sprout on side. But Grom can just afflict a great deal amount of pressure in those final moments himself. You know, the Grom bomb, as we know, it's disastrous sometimes in Bounty, especially when you're in those final clutch moments, and you know, you can get so much value from it. It has the knockback as well, and it's just a devastating thing to have. You can just hold on to it, and you know, that puts you in a very difficult spot when it comes to defense, and that's my concern for Humble. If they find themselves on the ropes in that back spawn area with the Sprout, it's going to be very difficult to defend against the Grom.
Yeah, it is. Well, we'll see how it does play out now, whether Navi are going to be going 2 sets up or if Humble are going to be taking one and bringing it back to 1-1. Early matchup here. Should see Sprout getting some good shots off, but once we see this grass break up and we have clear vision of Luki for MMA, then it might go a little bit more that way. 2 hits there onto Luki, and that should be the blue star pickup as he backs him off really, really nicely, and Angel Boy doing the same to Cyclone, and Q doing the same to Tomzy.
Yeah, very good early pressure from both MMA and Angel Boy. And their stack goes down the left-hand side too. In fact, from Angel Boy the third now, all 3 placed, and Humble had better make note of where they are and try to trigger those at a time where they can regain back that control to make sure they're not vulnerable to them. Good connections though from Luki, the overgrowth as well is going to be lending a helping hand. Cyclone low here, and that shielding from Angel Boy could be depleted quickly if Cyclone gets that amplified shot and connects it well. On the right-hand side, at the moment, Cube is there just trying his best, but in fact, both sides have been very cautious in that regard in terms of their range. They are quite evenly matched. It's Luki and Cyclone that are taking more chances in that respect.
Yeah, well, Luki's trying to push forward now, and MMA just backing him off, and same with Angel Boy. Oh, the mark's going to go straight on Cyclone. Great stuff there from Angel Boy, but the wall available from Luki. Gets it off, places it down over Cube's side, which means if he wants to shoot at Tomzy, he's going to have to come through his line of sight.
He chooses to try to pay some tension there on the left to Angel Boy here, but still no takedowns. Just that blue star is all that remains between these 2 moments, and Angel Boy just scathed away from that final shot, which would have taken him down. So a bit of a saving grace for the nest stakes that I was mentioning that Humble needed to be able to locate are triggered, and that will give more of a lead over to Navi. 3 stars now, and Humble have got to start to be able to obtain some kills, and it's going to be MMA or both Angel Boy and Cube together.
Yeah, I was going to say all it is MMA, but they're going to extend this lead even further, get the kill on the left-hand side as well, and Humble can't do anything now. 6 stars needed, but nobody's even in sight, never mind low for the side of Humble. And Navi are going to take the first game of Shooting Star as well and extend their lead even further.
And not just that, but Navi are looking very convincing. You know, we haven't really seen much to talk about from Humble so far. Yes, they did play it slower, and that is the way to go in, especially on a game mode like Bounty. You know, you've got to tread cautiously with the way that Navi are, because they are very aggressive, and they also like to allow aggression to be placed upon them and punish it. So I liked the approach, but they just left things a bit too late, and things started to spiral out of control after that started to take its toll. And just a singular kill in these early stages can really shift the momentum, because Humble would ideally like Navi to be pushing upon them to be able to try to earn some of these kills. Blue star early on will go the way of Humble, and that might help just be out. Oh, and a great takedown from Luki. That's a much better start.
Yeah, MMA stepped out of line a little bit there, went for a bit of aggression when he should have stayed passive, knowing he was very low, 1 shot even. Shots coming out of Luki now, and he has his super as well, the wall's available. Gets hit by one shot of MMA, and now they're being forced to back up. Good connecting shots by Cube, and a pinch over from MMA there as well, pushing Humble back.
Well, Angel Boy, if he connects some of these shots, will cause a problem between Luki and Cyclone, but Tomzy there just trying to find the angle on it, and MMA is pushing forwards in the mid, and that might then force their hand if they don't keep a healthy amount of HP. Cyclone there does concede a shot, and Tomzy there fighting back into the mid. Navi are just taking this one slow, and I really like that strategy from them. Just making sure that the push is rightly timed with the communication being on point there. Luki has got wall as well, and also Cyclone will have the slow, so some considerations on the side of Navi as far as that's concerned. But Tomzy, I feel, is in the worst position out of all 3, and Angel Boy is starting to creep forwards. There's the slow connection. Great cookie popper there as well, and a connection onto the mid, also onto the RT, as Hub will be able to defend that in a pretty decent fashion, in all honesty, because that was not easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's still within reach. Even if, you know, if they get 2, as long as it includes Luki, it's going to be flipped around. That blue star will be quite decisive in this late game. Mark is still there on Tomzy as well. Gets 1 shot onto him from Angel Boy. And 25 seconds, they need to start making a move, but MMA's just too low. Wall coming down on the right-hand side too. And that means Luki can just stay just out of range of MMA here, and he'll be fine.
Fantastic wall. Tomzy is slow though. He does get away, and Cube is low in the middle as well. There's the wall going down, but another one replaced, but it's left open on the right-hand side. MMA can squeeze through this. There are 5 stars that Navi need. Are they going to get them 7-2? I don't think it's going to happen. Humble find themselves a little bit of a chance to take a breather.
I mean, it seems like it's just the blue star is the decider here. And I mean, yes, they did add a little bit to that as well from Luki in the mid getting the shots off. But, I mean, it was 3 stars, and it just means that Navi have to push into Humble, the same as Humble had to push in Navi in the first. Whoever gets that first one really does put their team on top of the world in terms of the late game. We're going to be seeing them have a pretty big fight for this game, I'd imagine.
An early gadget from MMA, and Cyclone is trying to find it as well. Another early Honey Molasses as well to tank the shot, to try to just keep that right lane presence. And I think that's wise there as the blue star going the way of Humble early on. MMA is very low as well, as is now Angel Boy. They've got to heal up. They can't afford an early death here, as we know how influential that can be in these early moments of bounty. And Humble are looking much more themselves. They're looking a bit more comfortable in this mid and able to handle the pressure. It's actually Navi which are conceding far more shots. Another great gadget from Tomsy, and Cube then took the front of it.
Yeah, well, now we see if Cyclone can win this match against Angel Boy, because he's hitting a lot of shots, and now the push-up as well. Luki's actually going to relieve a bit of pressure by getting a connection, but Cyclone moving to this mid, Luki moving to the right side, just as they did in the previous game where they did win it. But Angel Boy remaining over the right this time, seeing if he can pinch in, and Luki with this wall can pretty much shut down any pressure that comes towards him.
Great jukes on the side of Humble. So far, so good. Luki has that wall yet again. Oh, big shots considered by MMA. 390 HP. Luki's really starting to make this Sprout pick show its value. As Angel Boy and Cube start to go aggressive here. The mark available and connected onto Tomsy. And if Cube then joins the party with the amplified shot that RT brings to the table, Tomsy can down quick.
What a shot that was, straight through the Honey Molasses. Cyclone does go down, and that is a big, big turnaround from Angel Boy, finding pretty much every single shot he could. And now they're under the aggression of Humble, who need to turn things around, or is going to be dropping down 2 sets to 0. Luki gets the wall down, relieving a bit of pressure, but MMA's there. He's shutting everything down, 15 seconds on the clock, and they're playing defensively.
Tomsy can't push up too much here because of the mark, and the slow doesn't connect even from Cyclone. The wall might be a saving grace, but they've got to connect the shots. Angel Boy is low, but Cube gets the pickup, bringing Navi into a 4-star lead. 3 stars to 4 now, it's shifted over, but nonetheless, Navi still come out on top.
I mean, that makes it 2 sets to 0 as well, and it was a little bit sketchy towards the end, but what a shot from the Bell there to find it past the Honey Molasses, predicted which way he was going to go, didn't even stand directly behind it, and he found it. Here it is as well, places the Honey Molasses here, and it hits him to the right. Gorgeous stuff from Angel Boy there to be able to flip the game, and that is a big, big turning point.
It can happen in a second, in a split moment, and it just goes to show just the composure of Navi today is on point. But will the resolve be there from Humble? Because that looked like, to me, that Humble were going to take that set. You know, they were able to respond pretty well in terms of the statistics, you know, pretty closely matched as well. Not much in it at all. Just a small mistake was what cost them in the end, and just had little time to get that response in.
Yeah, I mean, it was very difficult. I don't know, to be honest, it was a little bit of a mistake standing to the side and getting hit by that bell shot, but at the same time, finding the bell shot was absolutely huge for them. And I do think, as you say, Humble should have won that set. They should have brought it back to 1-1, and maybe they should have won the game yesterday. Maybe they should be winning this one as well. Like, they're just taking so many difficult losses yesterday, the 2 sets today, and, you know, Humble are having a tough time, but they need this win. They need a reverse sweep to stay in contention, really.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know, that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting so far from Humble. I don't want to cut them out, you know, because we've seen them be able to perform well under pressure just yesterday, and I want to see that yet again. You know, and we also saw Navi at this stage getting 2 sets ahead. Got overconfident, made a couple of mistakes, which started to then snowball in and took it to that 5th and final set. So both of those qualities remain on the cards here. It's going to be a very important draft now for Humble to get right. They've banned the Shelly. That, to me, is good. They banned the Tara, which I know you're going to be very sad about, Trav. In Kaboom Canyon, though, I'm not sure necessarily how influential that particular brawler is, in my opinion, but the Bonnie is a much better shout because Navi would love to snap that up. For Navi, they're banning Shelly, Bonnie, and Crow as well, so actually banning out brawlers which they would probably like to actually go themselves. Colette is a great first pick from Humble.
Yeah, I like the Colette. It future-proofs them for a lot of different comps, you know, whether they're going to be bringing in some tankier units, whether they're going to be bringing in some long-distance units, and it's guaranteed supers on the safe. Well, not guaranteed, you've got to get into position, but you can still get into the position with Colette, that's the thing. Got your gadget, heal up, move forward, get the super on the safe time and time and time again, and you're going to be winning games. And a lot of it does lie on the Colette usually to be able to get the damage, the same as it does when you've got a Bonnie. Obviously, Bonnie off the table this time. We're going to see Navi pick up the Bell, try play this long-range game, stay out distance of Colette and play it that way.
Yeah, the mass attack star power as well on Colette, as we've seen time and time again with the shield, it's just able to keep you present despite, going aggressive on the safe. You can just come straight back. And we've already seen how Navi fare with that Bell pick, and it's a very safe idea to have early on. But Navi are that team which will be getting riskier if they leave signs of openage. If Humble don't have a wall break and just depend on this Colette idea, I do worry that other brawlers could show them their faces. Griff going to come in from Navi, not one that I was expecting, but one that I think can work really, really nicely here, actually. It can get some great value. Zeta Division already showing that brawler is starting to push its way forwards just a little bit in terms of the meta. The question now is here, with Humble in the position that they are in, if they don't counter some form of tank, I just worry a little bit for Navi that they might bring in something on that nature to be able to force their way forwards a little bit here. B, perfect. That's going to be a big deterrent of that very idea. Another long-range brawler can pack a sting and just eradicate your opposition in the blink of an eye. Honey Molasses as well, is going to be a big deterrent with that wall. So Navi going to have to consider that with that Griff, really open up the map as well. And that does bring its complications because you're leaving yourself open to 3 lanes as opposed to 2.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't already have the Colette for the tanks, to be fair, but doubling down for B in case they do go something even more aggressive might be the right answer. It's got the long range. It's going to be able to give some good control. Getting with the Brock, I do really like this this Humble comp, a little bit more than the Navi so far. But we'll see what they do bring down as the last pick. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think that Humble have just got the better comp end off here, really.
You have to bring in Brock, in my opinion, because, otherwise they're depending too much on Navi opening up the map, and then, they need to have an answer for that. I do like it. The B, I think, is going to be an issue potentially on the safe. That's my only concern. They've got to focus on getting the takedowns and deflating it and just using that aggressiveness to be able to push forwards and get damage. But, if left unattended on the safe, it's not going to do the most amount. The Eve coming in, Kabim Canyon, I understand it, I don't mind it. It can get some good results, especially now with the Mythic gear in play. The quadruplets can push back a lot, and B is going to struggle with that. In fact, it's actually quite smart in that respect. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think the Brock could do okay, but it's not going to be able to take them down in one. It's going to be able to push things back forwards and give Navi some momentum for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Brock's only still got the single projectile as well, and I don't think he can knock them down with one shot unless he waits a bit of time for them to come towards him. So I think it'll still be decent, and even if he does knock it down with one shot, it's still going to take 3 of them to take them down, that's going to be a lot of ammo wasted for them, and that's when they've got to push up. That's when Navi've got to make the move, or they're going to be wasting it time and time again. Won't count them out, but I do really like this Humble comp. Instant wall break at the mid, and we're seeing the wall break up top as well from Angel Boy.
Map completely open now, as MMA's just trying to find Luki into the mid. Cyclone ricocheting some shots over. Tomsy going very aggressive. Gotcha Gadget, though, should keep his survivability in check, and he does connect with the safe as well. Mass attack's not enough to keep him alive on the way back, but MMA will fall, and that keeps Cyclone and Luki present, and Cube can't really push forward. He's got to try to find them first.
Yeah, and that's already 25%, 26% down after that Incendiary's done. And Cube's getting hit by a 3K there as well. A follow-up will bring him down. MMA's low as well. Super from Tomsy, and more shots from Brock. This is looking great from Humble.
Yeah, the hatchlings coming in at a pretty good time actually for Humble to be able to defend them. Cube low as well, and then down there goes Cyclone, and the trade is there as well. That will help things considerably. Oh, Tomsy just got short-changed there, no pun intended. And now Luki just trying to find MMA with some good consecutive taps. It's Cube that comes out on top, but at the moment Navi haven't really found the space to push.
Yeah, I mean, they do still have DPS to be able to bring this safe down with the Griff, but whether or not they're going to get that super, but the takedown on the way back from that returning Griff super. Brock super going to break up some of that grass, and a Rocket Fuel's going to break up even more. Cyclone trying to follow up with the kill. Cube does actually get it. Great stuff from him, and 2%'s been done by Navi. This is looking terrible for them.
Tomsy will eat a few of the hatchlings. It's only 2% on the safe, and like you say, it's just that's not enough so far from Navi. Tomsy, yeah, a bit over-aggressive there. Cube was low nonetheless, but overextended slightly, and that is a wasted super, which he'll have to earn back. And now that Navi can see absolutely everything here, they can control the mid better. Nonetheless, they can't really afford any kills or deaths on their side of things. They've got to secure the kills on the side of Humble now. Oh, great evasion from the slow, but it does still connect there at the top mid of the screen. So Cyclone did get his value for it. Navi just trying to squeeze their way through. Angel Boy now pushing through aggressively as well. Will Navi be able to claim back this deficit? It's looking better. They are getting it.
I mean, they're getting very close, but MMA's going to go. No, and that's going to be absolutely huge for Humble. Super gone to Angel Boy there, but he actually gets the super off as well. This is going to be a big battle in mid. 20 seconds left. Cube needs to win it, but he's too low. Cyclone at the 3K. Now Navi needs to get back in control and get the damage because they're at a loss.
They're going to push now. Q took the front of that as well, so he can't really be there and present for it. MMA low as well. Cyclone will get it. In terms of kills, takedowns, can Navi really get the damage? I don't think they'll be able to do so. Angel tries for 59%. It was actually a very good attempt in all fairness, but it wasn't enough.
Good try, but just not quite there for Navi. Wonderful stuff from them to try and come back towards the end there, but they just took too many hits over that right-hand side. The two people who were going to have the range and be able to get the damage done just went down, and Angel Boy just couldn't get it done. If the rest of his shot came out, I think it would have done the damage.
I was surprised, all things considered, that Navi were even able to get it to that extent, because there was just no support there. They absolutely could have been able to turn that game around if there'd been more players and more bodies in the space. Tomsy there popping the gotcha gadget as well, just trying to move his way forwards. But MMA always just so overly aggressive. You can't really do that. It's a 2 versus 1. You know, going aggressive like that with the gotta go gadget, it's just not what you want to see really, as Tomsy now gets some time on the safe, and the damage is in 21% damage already dealt by Humble, and the bodies are falling on the side of Navi. Down goes Cube. MMA's the last one standing, and he will shortly follow.
I mean, he's doing well so far, jump away as well, but he's just going to surely be landing to his death anyway. Gotcha gadget being popped once again by Tomsy, getting some hits, but super comes out from Angel Boy, trying to deny him of another super on safe, and it's a similar situation. They got it down to 57 in one push last time, and this time it's on 63, but Navi did come back from the deficit. They just need to do the same again.
That's the final gadget from MMA, and it's such an early stage still in the game. Tomsy as well, just getting healed up along the way. Has super now, goes in, gets the value onto Angel Boy as well. Beautiful stuff, and this is where the damage is going to really shine in the Humble comp. Look at the safe, absolutely shredded. It's only MMA moving because everyone else in the Navi squad knows that this one is chalks.
I mean, what a game from Humble there. The first one they started well but ended badly. This one they didn't even give Navi a chance to end well because they just destroyed them in the early game, took everybody down. We saw so many people going overly aggressive, misstepping out of line, and Humble take advantage of it. They had the better comp, they had the better gameplay in this one, and Navi just didn't stand a chance. Now we got to see the possibility of Humble wanting to try and claw this one back yet again, as they did yesterday. But you just got to hope they don't end short this time. If this is how Navi are playing, they don't deserve the win.
It's what we saw yesterday potentially happening all over again, you know? That third set looked nothing like sets 1 and 2, and the stats say very much that same story. 24 takedowns on the side of Humble to the 14 of Navi, you know, almost 80% damage on the side of Humble. Very convincing stuff, and it looked like a night and day difference for Humble. They didn't look like they were a team that were 2 sets down. They looked very much like a team that have got the fight still in this competition to be able to turn this one around. But the full set, you know, it's going to be very dependent on the map and mode when it comes to things, because Navi didn't really do well in that sense of things. And it is a very open map yet again. You know, it worked okay for Navi when it came to shooting star, but they have got that ability to take their time. In game modes that involve the objective, like Heist, like Gem Grab, I don't know if this is going to fare well for them, if this draft is another long-range affair for Humble.
Well, we're on to Crystal Arcade. The bands Shelly, Nita, and Ash from the side of Humble, and Navi going to get rid of the Nita, the Stu, and the Max. Going to first pick that Squeak. Probably going to be playing that down the mid, I'd imagine. Don't really want to play the Squeak down one of the lanes. Obviously, residue through the mid's pretty useful as well, and helping pinch down, it can be very useful. But we're going to see Humble with 2 picks now, and I feel like they can do pretty well with that.
Would quite like to see a Tara or an Ems actually here on Crystal Arcade. I say Tara because I know it's like kind of going to make you smile. I like to see you smile, Trey. But you know, I think having a solid mid is going to be the most important thing for Humble here to prioritize. Something that's going to be quite dependent. Gus, yeah, I think that is a dependable brawler in itself. First pick worthy, especially on Crystal Arcade. B is a good option, but it's just a bit risky at this stage as well. So I quite like that from them. They're going to have something on the left-hand side lane. Ruffs would be a great option. Love the drafting right now from Humble. As soon as they break open those walls in the left or right-hand side lane, it just opens things out, and that's going to deflect from Navi's ability to pick things like Sam and tankier options that could come into the mix now for them. And this is where I love where the draft can unhinge actually Navi's strategy, because I'm sure they are thinking these things and Humble are reading like a book.
Yeah, but knowing Navi, they'll probably still go tanks into this because they just do that. That's just how it goes with their drafts. They feel confident on the tanks no matter who they're against, and honestly, a lot of the time they should feel confident with it because they still make it work. But it's actually going to be the Jessie. The Jessie comes in, clearly thinking the Ruffs is going to bring in some sandbags with the Squeak, with the Jessie, to be able to get rid of the sandbags quite quickly. But we know that the other gadget is used when these kind of things do come in, so I'm surprised that they actually just went for that. We've seen it here before. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses. Most of the time it misses, I feel.
it's a brawler which Navi catered towards. It can work. I just don't know whether Crystal Arcade is the place for it to work. Buzz, it's going to be Angel Boy on it, and that is always a danger. You know, that is something very, very serious coming their way. But with the Roughs able to break open things, Navi are playing things much more in the early game. They want to get that early aggression, that early ability to control the mid. But as time goes on, is it going to be as effective, especially now that, you know, Humble can add to this in terms of range and have something more hard to counter it, potentially something like a Notice. But, you know, it's a concerning thing for both sides here. Concerning for Humble to be able to go up against the might of Angel Boy on the Buzz. If it's anyone else, I'll question it. Primo, I don't know.
I think it'll do well. I mean, it does well against Buzz, right? So just gotta hope that he's able to play it against Angel Boys, because obviously, you know, when Buzz comes in with the stun, if you throw it at the exact right time with the suplex, it does get rid of the stun and it cancels it out. So you just gotta hope that he's gonna be able to do that and not be dominated by it. But Primo, I haven't really seen it on Crystal Arcade. You know, we've seen Semantic and people like that bring it in on Hard Rock Mine, stuff like that. You'd expect it to be better on Crystal Arcade, but they were also planning on breaking up the map, surely with Roughs.
I mean, if that is going to be the matchup, which I assume it will be, I mean, the Primo has to get close to Buzz to be able to inflict damage at all. And that's just going to be feeding more and more utility over. MMA's on the Squeak, Angel Boy is on the Buzz, and yeah, that's what we expected to see. I'm very curious to see, though, how Angel Boy's going to fare. He's already low HP, does whistle down though, Lukey. And actually, with the help of Cube, they will be able to clear up that left-hand side. Tom's got 3 gems for his time, though, in the mid, but they've lost all control as Navi now lock themselves down.
Yeah, you've got to question if those 3 gems are worth the control loss that they did have to take for it. Squeak Super going to be thrown out. Only connected with Cyclone at the moment. Super available now, and he should be breaking up this side, trying to get a pinch in as well. Cookie Popper's going to knock MMA out of the distance. Oh, Angel Boy's going to go for the Super. Lukey goes for his as well. Angel Boy does escape it momentarily, but shouldn't be for too long, and now Humble claim all control back.
I love the mind games there between Angel Boy and Lukey. Shield handed over by Tomsy. He'll be able to go on the aggressive again and does get an amazing connection and gets the gems out for his time. What was that play from Angel Boy?
I mean, he just completely ignored the Primo who went for the gem carrier. Why not? 4 gems in hand for him now as well. Squeak Super comes out, hits Tomsy. Lukey's going to fall. Here, have the last 2 gems. Start your countdown, and Navi are going to be cracking it off.
Gems quite literally on a plate, ordered at the restaurant in the finest delicacies. Angel Boy just did so well leading up to that, and 10 gems in the pocket, 5 seconds to be able to deflate this and reset things. Everyone on the side of Navi is relatively low, but Angel Boy with a lovely little dash at the end moves Navi on to match point.
I mean, I can't even blame Tomsy for that, really. That was just a next-level play from Angel Boy. Like, you can't expect him to come in with that when he's got a Primo in his face and manages to get the hook round him. The shield was even provided to Lukey as well. That was wasted. His Super was wasted, and then he gave the gems to Navi as well. It's a difficult situation, but there's not much coming back from your gem carrier dying like that.
He was also able to escape the situation, despite the fact that Cyclone really should have secured a takedown, but the body blocking was perfect. Angel Boy on the left-hand side now going in on Lukey, does secure it as well, and Tomsy now forced over to the right. Cyclone slowed as well. Everyone on the side of Humble is looking very weak and weary.
I mean, Angel Boy gets another. Tomsy's very low, has to pop the shield for his time, and does get his Super yet again, Angel Boy. And Lukey's going to go down thanks to that shot from Cube and the residue coming in from MMA. It is 4-1. Pretty even control at the moment, maybe a little bit more for Humble, but they're surely going to miss this 5th gem as well.
I was very dubious on this Jesse pick, but it is working out relatively well. Angel Boy was good value. Lukey's going to jump in. Low HP goes down. Everyone's still standing. MMA's on 70 HP and still goes in the aggressive and gets the takedown onto Cyclone. Wondrous work being displayed here from Navi. Great tech and also confidence to pull it off.
I mean, a wonderful bait there from Lukey to get the slow out of the turret as well, but should still... Oh, that's lovely! Lukey grabs him mid-grapple onto Tomsy and says, no, it's not happening again. My gem carrier will keep his gems, but Cube's got something to say about that. Gets the takedown, starts the count, and Lukey's gone somewhere else.
Incredible plays from Lukey, but it's not enough to ensure that the gems are on their side, and this is the last chance that Humble will have for a reset, and it's going to be Cube or nothing, and MMA is there to defend it. It's just Cyclone on the left, and what can he realistically do about it? Navi are going to take it, and what a showing that they have had today.
I mean, that was beautiful. They faltered a little bit in the 3rd, but close it out in the 4th, and Angel Boy, you can't hate his buzz. You just cannot hate it. He hits or he misses, and today he hit, and that is a gorgeous showing. I mean, I'm sure Sonny's going to have something to say about that buzz play.
Well, I don't know, I think Glitter has something today. We were just talking about it. I kind of called it. Usually that comp doesn't work out, but it does for Na'Vi. They had the buzz in the hands of Angel Boy.
Listen, I will vouch for Sunny over here on this one, okay? While the draft was happening, she was pointing out the fact that Na'Vi did not have the better draft, that Humble had the better draft. In theory, Humble should have won, but because they're Na'Vi and they do these weird comps, it works for them every time, they're probably going to win. And then within the first 20 seconds, they end up on eight gems?
Yeah, I mean, Humble had the gem lead in the first game. All of a sudden, Angel Boy just swoops in, getting all the gems that Humble had on top of their heads. And yeah, that's just Angel Boy being Angel Boy.
Not to rain on your parade. But just take a look behind you. Take a look behind you.
What about it?
What's that scoreline say?
Is that what he said, Ark? Did Trav guess 3-1 Na'Vi?
I did as well. And
It was a valid group effort this time round, and you know, I think that we might have to do more of that. In fact, actually, just because then there's no sneakiness, you know, no sort of like me coming in later or you coming in later to try to steal the glory. We felt like it was going to be the case. I would love to have seen more from Humble, though, because they did have some great moments. But you know, you do have to ban certain characterized brawlers when it comes to Na'Vi, and Buzz is one that everyone always forgets about. And you see in moments like that just why you can't afford to.
Well,
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
I really don't mind losing the vote on this one. It wasn't a 3-2, but I'm so happy we still didn't reach that mark. A 3-0 didn't happen so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series in this challenge season, and that's what I live for. I'm so happy we didn't have a sweep so far.
I know
so
you were talking about that while we were watching. That was the other thing you were saying, is that you were excited that everything's just been such a tight competition here so far, and we still have one more matchup on the day to close out our entire first week of the challenge. All right, we've got ANR and Mr. Doza coming up after the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. One more match is left on the night, on the week, for the first week of our challenge season here live in studio. It's been a very fun week so far. We're going to be closing things out today with Mr. Doza versus ANR. Let's get into it. Let's just start talking about it. What are you expecting out of this one here, Trev?
I can't help but say I'm expecting a one-sided affair. I think ANR might clean this one up quite fast. Mr. Doza yesterday, you know, I said they maybe looked a bit poor, but Team Queso have showed us their worth today. You know, they've proved that they're not a bad team, and they managed to get a set off Team Queso. So maybe it'll be closer than I think, but I do think ANR will take it.
All right. We'll look at the Mr. Doza Rasa here. Talk to me about some of these players here, Ark, and then we've got some highlights from yesterday.
Yeah, as Trev mentioned, you know, Doran, Emmerich, Salty, and Filippo, they are a bit of an underdog team, but they are very accomplished as well. They make some good decisions in their respect. They qualify through split 2 in the lower bracket stages, with, you know, getting good wins against one-trick ponies. Took the loss to Humble in the upper bracket, going down then to the lower bracket, getting the win. Finally, is the 3-2 against FA Twins. Didn't make the open finals in split 1, however, so they have shown they're able to sort of grow within the competition, and that gives me some hope for them. But at the same time, certainly they've yet to kind of really make their mark with a big, epic win. And this could be that for them if they can really start to like tarnish some of their skills and cause an upset here, because ANR are certainly the favorites, and you know, they've got to really make this one count. At such an early stage in the competition, it will catapult them forwards and give them the confidence going into the later challenge days.
All right, and then on the other side of things, we've got ANR here. Sunny, talk to me a little bit about their roster and the performance yesterday.
Very funny. Both of those teams have their own names as the team name. MR Doza for Emmerich, Dorian, Salty. Now we have ANR for Alex, Nob, and Rama that started off this roster. Mebius that joined later on, and they of course are the favorites in this matchup. Mr. Doza definitely the underdog simply because ANR is a bit more experienced. Mr. Doza also lost Lena to Food Esports later on in the season, so yes, they were looking very strong at the start of the season, but now they have a little bit of a roster switch, losing a very strong player there. ANR from the start of the season looked so strong simply because they're one of the best drafters we have in this game. However, yesterday it didn't look as strong. We predicted that they would look very strong against Na'Vi. It was a very close matchup, one of many since yesterday. We already had a 3-2, 3-1 day. Today, again, 3-1 in the first round, 3-2, 3-1, and now if we follow the pattern, this should be another close one. 3-2, I say, is going to go for A&R.
All right, Sunny's holding out against the sweeps here, Trav. We got the picks and bans starting to pop up here on the screen, and then you were definitely leaning towards a 3-0 for this last one.
I was, and I've leaned into it. 3-0 to A&R in my eyes.
Well, I locked it in the break just to make sure that I wasn't going to be accused by Trav. I did say I think this could be a 3-0 in favour of A&R here. But we cannot deny that they have shown some signs along the way of decline, a little bit here and there. They started off the year so strong. You know, in Split 1, they were the number 2 seed coming into it. In Split 2, the number 4 seed coming into it. And they didn't make the monthly finals in the BSC in April and June. So I've got still some reservations, but however, I feel today they're going to bring the fire in Hard Rock Mine to start things off for Gem Grab. The bands being Max, Shelly, and Ruffs, Carl, and Tara banned out on the side of A&R. Early draft there of Crow to the RT and Squeak of Mr. Doza.
It's going to be a very interesting draft simply because those two teams have never faced off against each other so far, at least in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So they don't really know what their opponents like to play. What do you ban out then? Simply the brawlers that are good on every single map. Ruffs is quite a neutral pick. Carl, Shelly and Max, those picks we have seen time and time again on every single map and mode so far. And then simply to put Trev in his spot, they also banned the Terra.
Sadly. Very sadly. It's a quick draft from A&R though. Gus and Sam, they're coming in, and I mean, I quite like it. You know, Gus, provide that shield to Sam, go aggressive, and you're going to be doing pretty well.
You can keep talking. We're sending you guys over there for now. Is that the end of your point? All right, last match.
Wow.
Go to the other half of the studio. Let's close this one out.
I'm being dragged in. Something's going to be reeled.
Let's go. I'm stealing you from Trev.
I know, it'll be heartbreaking for him to have to come to terms.
I know, right?
I know. Especially after today, I feel like we've already bonded even more so. The final pick is a Colette here for Mr. Doza, by the way. An interesting choice. I'm not too sold on it myself. The Gus and the Sam pairing for A&R is what really strikes me. Crow mid can get some fantastic results as well. And I think that we'll probably see the Gus, but nonetheless, they've got the options to maybe move over if they go down in some respects and swap the gems over. But this Mr. Doza draft is a bit wild, Sonny, not gonna lie.
Well, definitely the right word for it as well is interesting. This Colette pick as the last one here. Definitely a good counter to Sam, but did they really not have any better option? M's cough, for example, would have been great there. But yeah, sure, Colette is it gonna be. Definitely great survivability simply because of the gacha. Against the Crow, could work even simply because of the range, but I guess we'll figure out in this very first match of the very last matchup of the day. Mr. Doza versus A&R starting off on Hard Rock Mine.
Interesting draft, creative draft for Mr. Doza, you could say, but is that going to get them a win? Because that's what matters most here. And, you know, the way that Salty is landing these shots for the RT, I'm feeling relatively convinced, but maybe it's on that Crow, it's going to be so dangerous. We know what Nob can do on this Sam pick, and once A&R start to really find their groove, and they are doing that with Nob, they're going on an absolute tear through the mid. Hasn't really done much in terms of the gems, though. And A&R have got to really start to change that as we approach the midway mark.
And the clear favorites, already 5-1 behind here. Mr. Doza doing such a great job at keeping the aggression that Nob shows them under control. Not falling again there. Salty and Dorian pushing up now. Great utility used there from Dorian as well. Getting some shots off onto the Gus. And Salty already chilling with 8 gems there, looking pretty comfortable, just collecting those gems. Doesn't even have to worry about that Sam, because he does have his super now.
I'll be worried about Nob there. We're Salty with 8 gems in his pocket. There's the one there from Dorian, which will be helpful for sure, but Salty was surely definitely in a little bit of a worrisome position. He's got the leg form still, so that is the biggest deterrent of the Sam still to be considered. But as time goes on here, it does give more of a favourable advantage towards A&R. A great jump in there from Mavis on the right-hand side. It's going to now focus attention to Dorian and Salty.
8-5. A&R slowly catching up here. Sam picking up another 2 gems here. You do not want some gems on your tank, but on the other hand, A&R really needs those gems. Otherwise, Mr. Doza is just going to sweep them like that. Nob's going to lose those gems. 11 gems on Salty now. He's falling. Dorian picking up the gems. Nevis coming in with a Crow jump. Some body blocking going on there. Not enough though. Mamrick now with the gems, and 12 gems is going to be enough. Not enough for an A&R to get that reset. They only have 10 seconds left on the clock. Emmerich is their target. He still has gadgets left as well. This got to be over.
I just don't see how they can reset this, not at all now. And maybe still had a slow, but it was not even going to matter. A very comfortable game for Mr. Doza. When they were under scrutiny from A&R, they held themselves, and they just made sure that those trades were there quick enough to be able to still contest the mid. We saw that from A&R, just not really in a position to collect the gems that were there, and they did claim back the deficit. That's got to be said, but they were just not able to make the biggest of plays to get the gems which they needed to really cause much of a problem in those later stages. Can A&R now start to iron out some of these mistakes, start to get even more of an aggressive stance? Because I still feel like Nob has got a fantastic chance of just regaining that full control. And if they do that, A&R will have a lot of room to maneuver in this mid.
I just don't really understand as to how Mr. Doza was able to get so much control there. I still don't agree with that collect pickup. At the same time, they just keep Nob back all the time. He's shielded now, though, gets some great control there. Pushing back all three members of Mr. Doza. Salty the only one remaining, but his legs are out, getting hit up heavily by Mebius. He has to go aggressive now. No gems, really, on the side of Mr. Doza. And the gem carrier, kind of shotless. Jackie on a field right now.
Yeah, Salty's now in a really precarious spot because he's got to be able to earn that super back to be able to get back out of leg form, which now he has, thankfully. But A&R are doing a very good job of keeping him away from that very thing. Emric is low here. Mavis can smell it, but can he earn it? He does. Rama on the left-hand side, though, is in a precarious spot as well. Healing up, and Nob goes down. It's still this same story being told of Mr. Doza handling this so well under a lot of pressure. Gems are 6 to 5, so it's a very close game nonetheless. But this time round, A&R have got to make the play.
Sticky residue.
Oh.
From Dorian coming down, getting some control there. Mavis jumping in there, only sneaking out one gem. Getting the kill though, Salty. Great use of his legs. On the other side, Emric falling again, leaving behind some gems. A&R all of the sudden the lead here for the first time in this Hard Rock Mine set. A&R is looking stronger, and Mr. Doza are behind. They need to push up into mid right now, but it's gonna be hard against me with Super, against Nob on that Sam and Red team. A&R has countdown now.
Yeah, Nob didn't choose to heal up prior to that, and I thought that that might have been beneficial to do so, but nonetheless wants to be remaining incognito at the moment. Is Salty, and now with that takedown of Dorian, only him. Nob will see to that, though. Emric cannot do anything about this, and this could be the first sign of a turnaround. I was a bit worried for A&R, to be completely honest. That wasn't the cleanest of turnarounds, but it was nonetheless, and these few little takedowns of gems that are just trickling over from Mr. Doza over to A&R, they've got to put a stop to that. In the first game it was Dorian, in that time around it was Emric, but just those two gems there, as we see it on our very eyes, it does make a difference, and it gave A&R the lead enough to get on the countdown.
In the end, it all came down to Salty not getting back into his long-range form there. He really needs to be careful on that one. He's the gem carrier. He needs to pick up those gems when he loses them. A&R quickly sweeps those lanes, getting the gems from Emric and Dorian there. Nob again doing a great job at pressuring them back. Emric focusing on Mebius for now, surviving barely there. And Nob still very happily standing in the opponent's side bushes.
Yeah, even if Nob goes down in this position, he's buying so much time for his team at the moment. 4 gems to Rama now as well, and continuing to heal up. Gust shield handed over. Not going to get too much value for it, though, nonetheless, but just keeping a pest. And Mr. Doza have got to deal with him. The more time that they leave him, the less time they've got to be able to get back into that mid to contest the gems to get onto a potential countdown. And this is looking much more convincing, but Salty with a great super there. But again, he's now vulnerable out of leg 4, and that's a concern.
Salty now pushing up again aggressively on the lane side. He needs to pick up the gems there, only 2 above his head for now. Nob again pushing in very aggressively. And you said it before, he just buys his team some time to pick up those gems. Romo already with 6 in mid there. Nice cookie popper coming in now as well, getting the takedown onto Emric just as Nob coming back here. He just walks in now as Colette is down. He doesn't really have any opponents.
They're taking care of Nob quite quickly, though. That was a great defensive measure with the Colette pick. Maybe it's though. Has he got the slow? No, he's got no more gadgets, so he will be a bit more vulnerable to the timings of that jump. Got to make sure that that is on point. Salty low here, though. Oh, my word, that might make him go down. He's trickling 76. He pops, but Nob cannot go forwards. He's not got the HP, and this will be gems going the way still back into the pocket of Mr. Doza. A great connection, though, on the right-hand side. Maybe this clears up the scraps. That one will go potentially over as countdown for A&R.
Would have been important that Emric stays alive there. He still has gadgets left. Maybe it helps him getting the kill now. They need either Rama or Mebius. Both of them would be enough to reset that countdown that just started. 6 seconds left, and Salty the only one left standing for Mr. Doza. First set going to A&R.
Wow, I feel like, going into that first matchup, A&R maybe underestimated Mr. Doza a little bit. I did, personally, and I'll be the first to admit it there, but they were able to start to see through it and just let their aggressiveness shine. But I've got to hand it to Mr. Doza because it did shut down Nob better than most teams that I've seen able to handle his kind of aggressiveness. But nonetheless, it's the gems where it matters most, and buying that time, just allowing Rama to be able to pick up, and despite going down time and time again, that was where A&R were able to bring things back under control and get the win.
Mr. Doza is bringing it some fresh wind here, being one of the teams that hasn't made it to a lot of big tournaments yet, dropping 48 gems. That's a pretty big number there. I would not want to see that usually. But yeah, in the end, they beat themselves very well. They did a good job. What I was about to say, bringing fresh wind, taking out some new brawlers we didn't expect, like the Colette here, might be the key to beat a team like A&R that has so much more experience than themselves. And I have to say, although I disagree with the draft, they were looking so much stronger than yesterday already.
Yeah, they are, and that is definitely something which might then take away from our prediction, or me and Charles' prediction for a 3-0. In that first set, I was certainly feeling that way. And I'll give the Colette much more credit than I did when it was drafted, because it did work out more often than not to be a deterrent of Nob on that Sam pick, and I just wasn't really sure it was going to pay off. More often than not, it did. So Mr. Doza are seeing through some of the strategy here. That gives me hope for them. And that wasn't just a sweep round. It wasn't A&R just trampling all over Mr. Doza, just walking in their house with muddy shoes and just putting them up on the couch. It was Mr. Doza able to handle a lot of those situations relatively comfortably. But A&R just have a bit more of that aggressiveness and experience to be able to drive home their point. And going into these next sets, I want to see even more result from Mr. Doza, because they're going to need it. They've now had a taste of how much it's going to take to shut down A&R, and they're going to have to adapt to it, as we've got the drafts coming in for Gold, Arm, Gulch. The bans on Mr. Doza's side with Tick, Shelly, and Jean. Always good to see a Shelly ban. And from A&R, Artie, Carl, and Jean.
A&R's got to be the first pick here. They usually like to go with Bonnie Goss here as well. We did see that before being played on Knockout. Let's see if they're going to go with it as well. It's not the best of maps for A&R usually. And they're gonna go with a bit of a newer strategy. Again, the Mr. PS first pick, I didn't like it on Double Swoosh coming from Team Queso. I don't love it here either.
I'm not a fan. I just... Mr. P is not bad at all in the current meta. I don't think he's necessarily in the forefront of it, but certainly viable. And I think Knockout is a very good mode for it. Absolutely so. But is it first pick worthy?
No.
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. It's...
There's the Ghost.
That's the first pick that I would much prefer. And that is a good sign for Mr. Doza. Going in with some early range, some good DPS, and some really versatile utility, let's be honest. Survivability in Knockout is the key to earning the win here. And I just feel like Gus is better at doing that. Mr. P can just struggle in that late game. You can't really do much of a champion play in a 2 versus 1 scenario with Mr. P. So, it's going to provide a little bit of pushback potential, but is it going to be able to make those kind of big plays that you need to have? I'm not convinced. Gray is a great choice as well, by the way.
Definitely. I do like the draft of Mr. Doza so much better. And Mr. PS first pick, maybe they were trying to bait something out of Mr. Doza, but it can't be Jean since it's double banned. I really don't know what A&R is going for here. I'm quite interested to see as to what they want to go still. Bonnie still is open, as I was talking about it, and it would be a great pickup as last for Mr. Doza now, as they already have 2 brawlers that have a very good synergy with that brawler. Maybe an Eve is coming out from A&R later on as well. Bonnie's already there. Let's see with what they will go with. With the Mr. P, they rely a lot on getting the Mr. P Porter to help them in the long run. Bonnie, kind of the same deal here. They need something that can work without the super. Because, yeah, so far, they just need super. Otherwise, they're gonna not do anything.
Yeah, they're going to have something more aggressive as well to add to this, because I don't know whether the Bonnie is going to be enough. They've got the ability to buy down the clock for sure, and that's kind of where I think they're going to be leading with this Leon. It's interesting. It's going to struggle a little bit in terms of range. Yeah, I mean, it's going to struggle for the range side, but it is going to be definitely a concern that Mr. Doza will have to clump together when that invisibility is ready and ready to roll, and it's unpredictable. The cookie popper as well will definitely be helpful in that regard, but these gray picks are scary when it comes to Knockout, because being able to teleport in and capture your opposition when they are at their weakest can certainly be advantageous for a team like Mr. Doza here. Tarrel with that Gar shield. If they get the timings right for it, no, that is going to do wondrously well. But it's about getting that timing. You know, timed aggression is going to be the flavor here for Mr. Doza. It's definitely a weirder, wackier draft for A&R on Gold Gulch. There's no doubt about it. But, you know, I still feel that Leon is a bit of an underrated brawler. And, you know, when we see it thrive, we kind of almost forget just how much of a game changer it really can be. And in Knockout, you know, getting a singular kill can make it that early 3 versus 2, and that is honestly gold. No pun intended.
Yes, Leon has got some changes. He's not reacting to the vision gear anymore as long as he's in Super. That's surely going to help him. That's why he fell off the match so hard. Now he's slowly coming back. I do like that Daryl pick up, though, from the side of Mr. Doza. If they weren't as much of an underdog in this one, I would definitely say they win this one simply because of draft. They won the draft long ways. At the same time, A&R is just looking strong today, yesterday already. So I feel like it's still going to be a hard one for Mr. Doza.
Wow, an early walking cane there from Dorian just to open things up a little bit in that mid. Some good connections though from Rama, just a small amount of damage, nothing too heavy, but Emmerich has now got super as well. And just will be just, again, waiting down the clock. This is a very late game approach that Mr. Doza are running and will have a lot of HP to work with as long as Salty remains alive to be able to hand over that shield. He's got to earn it first also to bear that one in mind. Nob, though, does concede a shot. There's the first son of the lollipop drop there from Ram. I was waiting to see when it was going to come down. He's going to try and gain some shots over the top, and does pretty well. Nob is low. Dorian's even lower, though, and he might go down.
He's one shot, so is Salty, so is Emmerich. All 3 of members of Mr. Doza are falling now. All 3 members of A&R still standing strong, and they do have super now. That's what I was talking about. A&R really relies on their super, but if they win the first round, that's obviously going to be the hardest one for them. I don't really see Mr. Doza coming back from this one. Emmerich, the only member of Mr. Doza that has a super as well, might be able to protect his teammate if they stay a bit close to him. But if Bonnie decides to jump there, that's going to be a tough one on Mr. Doza.
I think the game spectator there just agreeing with your point, Sonny. The jump is available there for Mobius as well, so I do like that for them. But Emmerich, though, he's just got to be alive for these later moments this time around. Rama is not going to use that invisibility until later stages unless he spots the opportunity to do so if there's any low HP to be seen. But you know, he's just being very presently obvious to everyone. He's not trying to play mind games just yet. He can do that if he wishes, but obviously some signs of confidence there for him. And trying just to whistle things down as the Mr. P Porters continue to spawn in. Everyone on the side of Mr. Doza is clustered, and that never works well in a game mode like Knockout.
It usually doesn't, but let's see how this one is going to play out. Only 1 round so far for A&R. Mr. Doza can still come back from this one. They have the supers from Gus in mid that can heal them later on. Rama getting a kill there. Emmerich falling as well. Dorian did a last man standing. Great play from him there, but it just isn't enough damage with the Grey there. We did see Grey succeed in some 1v2s, but there wasn't enough time. Smoke was already too close there, and A&R taking this one. Already 1 up in sets, 1 up also within Knockout.
And I worry for Mr. Doza because I prefer their draft, and they're not showing the clear signs of being able to carry it. In fact, you know, A&R made that look so easy, barely taking any deaths, you know, along the way as well. And that really is where this game mode lies in terms of the strategy. You've got to be alive to be able to give the best opportunity over to your team to win those rounds. And I just don't know whether Mr. Doza have quite got this one under a good amount of control. I mean, A&R are looking so comfortable, especially just being aware enough. Look at this sign of aggression now. Emmerich, he might get rewarded for it just about as well, despite the invisible heal. Everyone is low for Mr. Doza. Dorian comes out top as well, somehow, some way, and they're going to be able to heal up now and take their time.
Great plays coming in from Mr. Doza, and I have to give it to them. They managed to get their supers before A&R. They just did not feed the side of A&R. Bonnie doesn't have super yet, still decides to go into smoke to not give them another super, but they got to be close now with Grey getting a kill there in the end as well. A&R going to the right-hand side. Mr. Doza this time around to the left-hand side. They just switch sides, basically. Another standoff here around mid. No supers, really. Emmerich the only one.
Yeah, Salty the first to concede some damage over, but we do need to see those early supers for A&R because it just just caused quite a good deterrent of the aggressiveness that Mr. Doza can inflict, and I'm glad that they did in the previous instance. What a roll from Eric! Oh my word, flying across the map! What beautiful tech, ensuring the Lake is going to be able to just close the gap, and immediately, what a power position, and Mr. Doza explode onto the map, and as quickly as that is over. Jeez! We've still got another game to go, but I mean, that is what I wanted to see more of from Mr. Doza. They're now working the comp, whereas before they were just letting A&R walk all over them.
I'm speechless, literally. Mebius trying to get the trade-off there onto Emmerich jumping, but then not even getting the kill. Getting pinched out by Salty and Emmerich there. Emmerich rightfully spinning in the grass there. That was amazing and well played by Mr. Doza. It's 1-1 within the set now. And again, it's a close one. I kind of hope Mr. Doza wins at some point, at least a set, simply because it wouldn't pay justice to them if it ends in a sweep.
I mean, after those plays, they will have earned it, but it can all still go horribly wrong if they go back to their old ways in this set of knockout, as we didn't really see anything at all in the early stages. That's going to be giving them a big confidence boost, and they definitely do need it. Emmerich has got that role now, and certainly going to be a concern as he's using it more aggressively early on to try to give his team the advantage. Let's see as well in the mid, as the great matchup between Nob is continuing on. It's actually going to be favouring Nob in terms of position power, but the Walking Cane comes in as well, but the support was not quite there. The roar from Eric, though, will change that surely. It's now a 2 versus 2, and look where Nob is. This is a dangerous spot for him, and Eric will clear it up. Beautiful stuff. Mr. Doza really are finding their pace.
Emmerich is finding his pace. What a play! Again, opening up those important windows for his teammates and getting out of the situations. Low HP, but still surviving. Very well played by them, but A&R has their super, and now Mr. P. Porter is gonna come in clutch, maybe. They can push up with it. They can get their supers onto Bonnie and Leon as well, and maybe they can still sweep Mr. Doza out of this comfortable position they're in right now. 1-0 up in this one. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's a bit more from Rama because that Leon pick was their final one. They could see the whole picture and hasn't really shown much of its worth so far, and did a couple of great plays in the early outsets of the match, but as time's gone on, now he's got it. So I need to see that kind of, ideally on the grave of no super, he'd be the ideal target. He's going to keep hanging on to it as the Mr. P Porters continue to come in, but Salty's got super, Emmerich's got super. Those are all really dangerous signs in this kind of comp against a team like A&R.
Emmerich with another super there, looking into maybe rolling onto Rama later on. He does have super there. Let's see if he manages to snack him up. He's gonna go into Nob instead, getting a kill there again is low, doesn't get the heals in time. Salty's one shot. That's got to be A&R's round as it's a 1v2 round, and Mebius get the kill there. Well played by them. Maybe a little side fact there as well. Emmerich was the player that retired, that became coach when Lena came in and played with Mr. Doza. Now coming back and playing such a good game on Daryl, I really have to give props to him.
He's done fantastic work, but the question is, will it be enough? Because that was such an important round for A&R to be able to establish that. And if they win one more now, all that hard work will be so deflated and A&R will be 2 sets up. This is Mr. Doza's best chance of tying things in terms of the sets, and such a crucial time to get it right. Emmerich has got super, but Dorian and Salty still behind in that respect as the Mr. P Porters do come in and give away their position here. Good connection from Salty onto Nob. That will keep him just trickling down the low side, and the Ghost will then fill the map, and that Kooky Popper gadget could come in very clutch if needed.
Again, it's going to be A&R taking over the mid control. They do have Mr. P Porter still, and they won with it this second round. It's 1-1 in this very last one. Knockout. It's going to be decided after this round. We have 2 supers there. Salty and Emmerich both ready. Jumping coming from Mebius just as Emmerich decides to roll onto him. 2v3 now. Mebius is one shot though. Dorian gets out of the way with his super. It's Salty versus Roma, now P Porter. It's not going to be possible. A&R 2-0 up in sets, but again, it doesn't really reflect how close those games are.
It absolutely doesn't. I am the first to agree with it, but it's all that matters right now, especially if you're A&R, because, you know, it's a convincing performance. It's not to say there are not great plays happening for Mr. Doza. There absolutely are. Some of the plays in that matchup were so worthy of a set, but nonetheless, A&R, I mean, that Cookie Popper as well got so much value, but it didn't get them the win in the end. And maybe it's even overextended with the jump prior to that moment too. And I was worried for him. There it is. And I thought that was going to be over. And Mr. Doza were going to be able to recollect it. Rama there with the Invisi heal as well, able just to keep things afloat in those later stages. Mr. Doza are going to be kicking themselves now.
Definitely. The damage doesn't really reflect what we just saw either. It was very close. Mr. Doza with a lot more supers though, and still they didn't come out on top in this set. Again, I kind of hope they win a set simply because I do like the storyline of we don't have any sweeps here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And yes, it's so close. It's deserved at this point that they would get one. Maybe Open Zone is going to be better for them. It is also, regardless, a very good map for A&R.
I'm just worried because Mr. Doza have been getting progressively better in the sense, again, despite the scoreline, they made some fantastic moments happen for themselves in Knockout. We should be tied up right now. But for that same reason, going into this next set, how is their mindset going to be going into it? You know, because A&R have just been giving them a beating. They've been leaving a lot of doors open that Mr. Doza should surely have gone through, and they haven't. They haven't done it yet. And until they start to gain a set and put one on the board, they can't really feed into that and feed back from it. A&R could be running away with this, and even with a draft that I didn't really prefer on the side of A&R, it wasn't, you know, our cup of tea. Mr. P first pick, I can understand it. I mean, the porters were doing work, and it allowed and bought them time to be able to see where they were going to be and just kind of, you know, just constantly be aware to the presence of Mr. Doza. But still, Leon, Mr. P, you know, Bonnie is definitely a brawler which works in that instance, but, you know, hey. What do we know? We're just casters. Open Zone for Hot Zone. Up next, the bands in. Mr. Doza banning out the Lou, the B, and the Amber on the side of A&R. The Shelly, the Stu, and the Crow. First pick is a Poco. I love that. I love that for Mr. Doza. I mean, especially if they want to combine it later with a Pam here, it's going to be very hard, especially with double heal. But is that going to be their strategy coming in, or will A&R step it up?
I kind of think A&R will gonna go with the Pam themselves. Banning out those brawlers kind of shows what they want to go with, and there she is. Banning out the Crow did give Mr. Doza the opportunity to pick healing themselves. Now it all comes down to what do you prefer, Pam or Poco? Both of them really, really strong. Pam just with a bit more range there, together with the Max even more, so she can go aggressively whenever she's sped up. It's basically a tank with a gadget, taking away the ammo from the opponent's team. Mr. Doza needs to step it up now with a bit more range. I would see maybe a Lola incoming would be a great counter to the Max. A lot of damage output, exactly what they need against this Pam. Other than that, I don't really see, I don't know. Yeah, damage there is. Colette again. It did work out on Gem Grab. Again, I'm not completely convinced, but maybe they make me being convinced of this Colette pick after this round.
It's definitely got some drawbacks because that super has got to be lined up to perfection to be able to get the value for it when you're aggressing the mid. I wonder whether A&R are going to go Surge because they love to you know, champion that particular brawler. It does get some great results on the right-hand side lane. Bonnie coming in for Mr. Doza as well, always a good time. The gadget is going to have to be used wisely because that's really going to allow the speed to juke a lot of the shots which could come their way. But you know, for that side lane, you know, are A&R going to think it? That's the kind of question that I have here because it hasn't really shown itself yet in Open Zone. It was the meta brawler to have, and they've got the big picture to be seen here as well. But Pam and Max, it's just classic, and Lola to add to it. I don't mind that at all. It's gonna be great for scouting the bushes if they want to be able to do so. Great for going into the mid and having some big spray effects if they go down and choose to champion that in the mid. And I've got a winning draft here as far as I'm concerned.
And that's exactly why I wanted the Lola on the side of Mr. Doza. Not picking it, picking the Colette. Leaving it open for A&R. Of course, they're going to pick it up, and it's one of the best counters to the Colette as well. As soon as you have your super, the Colette is never going to be able to take it down, especially with freeze frame, the gadget as well. So, Lola would have been better. Colette is going to be the pick for them. It almost worked out in Hard Rock Mine. It almost worked out for Mr. Doza also in Knockout. I hope it's not an almost again.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, let's see what Mr. Doza can bring to this one. Good early heals in from Salty. Keep Emmerich there, present in the mid. Maybe this is low, but it's still going to be trying to get around as the attention is entirely onto Nob, and for good reason as he does go down here. Mass Tax Shield will keep Emmerich as well in a good spot, and we'll get the healing station down, but no one from Mr. Doza is going down. Finally, Salty does, and this is the time now for A&R to capitalize.
He needs to hit those shots as soon as he hits the gadget. He doesn't, maybe gets the kill onto Emmerich. Dorian, the last man standing there for Mr. Doza, but they already have a 44% lead. Playing very good at the start, just staying together, because what A&R is missing is that piercing damage. Oh, single target hits there, and they can't really go through the amount of HP they have thanks to the poker. As soon as they're starting to play alone, we see it now. Dorian tries to go in alone. He immediately falls. Emmerich, the last man standing. They need to play together.
I really kind of understand that, because Mr. Doza took so much time to be able to push that, and they clearly communicated what the intention was with Dorian going in, but there was no super to follow up to be able to heal him. And I wasn't sure whether Salty was one shot away, but he didn't have it when he went in. Now it's a great play from Emmerich, creates some space and allows then Salty to come in into the mid, but they are low HP. Great gotcha gadget and a fantastic heal, and that should be enough to be able to tie up some of that deficit.
It was a great gadget, but it also was the last one there for Emmerich. He doesn't have any survivability anymore. Salty missing his super there. He himself is falling, and Dorian, even at jump, he just needs to jump into the zone now. Maybe they get some percentages. It's only 4% left. 2 seconds. Come on.
Big jumping from Dorian, but that should be enough. Salty coming from behind. That will be it for the first game at least. But is this going to be enough? Mr. Doza made the draft. The women questioning coming in work. They had a very good early game. That's where A&R have got to turn things around and make a change. They gave too much presence over in those early moments to Mr. Doza and just had a great deal of work to be done. And as time went on, it only went further and further against them. They deserve a set. Will they get one? That's the question. We've seen it in every set pretty much. Mr. Doza bring things back, but then A&R respond, and that's my concern.
Mine as well. Mr. Doza for now defended the match point. Incoming from A&R at this early stages already, but can they do it again? Dorian jumping in there, getting the kill onto Nob. A very early super coming in from him as well. Emmerich falling there, not the heals just weren't fast enough, but with Dorian and Salty still standing in mid there, and Mr. Doza still with quite a good lead, just like in the first round.
I love that from Roma, just a little tippy tap along the way to keep the player low, and Nob should have really cleaned it up a little bit faster in my opinion, but nonetheless, now they've got that mid, and the speed comes in from Mabius in just the nick of time as Emmerich and Salty now looking to try to make the play here. Speed hand, so the heal handed over here, and Emmerich goes straight into the mid, and as quickly as that, Mr. Doza have got some presence. Gotcha gadget though wasted here, and that's a key moment there for A&R.
Another super, just a bit too late coming in from Salty there. Emmerich falling. Dorian very low again. Can't really get super off of Rama. As I said, Lola, just a best counter to that Colette and Bonnie pick up there coming in from Mr. Doza. And now they really need to push as A&R slowly but steadily catching up and taking over the lead now.
I love this from A&R. You know, they're just keeping Mr. Doza low and not giving them a chance to really go on the aggressive with full HP. Emmerich there as well will falter, and now it's just Dorian. What can he realistically do on his own here? He needs the heals from Salty, and now they come in, pops the gadget for the speed and the damage boost, but in the meanwhile, A&R are really picking up the pace. There's only 9% left now, the final push for Mr. Doza coming in. The heal from Salty didn't connect in time, and that's going to be disastrous, and that is going to be a game and a match point moving the way of A&R.
Well played by them, and Salty missing so many supers. That's hard to watch, honestly. I do feel like Mr. Doza would have the comp in their hands to turn things around here. Maybe prolonging to a set 4, but with that, A&R gets the match point. They can end this one and would be the first ones to make it to a 3-0 sweep in this season.
In every set, Mr. Doza leave me with a question, and A&R always seem to have the answer in the later stages, and they do need a set. Well, this one is chalked. They deserve one, but they're just not finding the ability to obtain it. We've got a 20% lead now. Good time for the heals from Salty, and Dorian will fall as well now. Emmerich coming in just to help out, and a great time for it. Gets the takedown to Nob, but it's very, very close. Rama's got no super here. If it did, that would be no question going his way, but it does find Salty, and Emmerich will heal on that right-hand side.
But A&R is getting better and better. In the first match, it was Mr. Doza with a 44% lead. Second one, about 30. Now it's only 20. And A&R slowly but steadily catching up here. Meebus going in aggressively. Salty needs to use his heal alone for himself, using the last gadget already. Doesn't look too good for Mr. Doza, although they are in the lead right now. Being out of poker gadgets can be crucial in the long run.
The survivability is in check, and that's a good heal from Salty, just keeping everyone fully present. Eric comes back as well with a shield, and at the moment A&R just can't find a DPS to be able to manage this situation. It looks to me like Mr. Doza could well get a set finally, unless we see an outstanding play here from A&R, but with the HP that I see, I just don't think it's going to be possible. Time is trickling down. 5% is all that is needed, and that is going to be it. Finally, Mr. Doza get one on the board.
And I'm kind of sorry for siding with Mr. Doza there, but first, my heart is always beating for the underdogs. Secondly, I do love to see we still didn't have a sweep. Going out of this very first week of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 without a single 3-0 makes me very, very happy.
I don't know whether it's enough, though, for Mr. Doza. I don't know. It's the start. It could be the start of something, but it didn't look the cleanest. They still left opportunities for A&R to capitalize, and I felt like they just could have done a bit better. That's all, just a little bit better, because A&R have been giving them the opportunities. A lot of damage on the side of A&R, big time, but the heals was really what carried Mr. Doza for me, and I just kind of worry into the later stages whether that is going to be enough for them. You know, in terms of the mechanics and the skill that I'm seeing, I need to see a little bit more aggressiveness to match that of A&R. I love that they've got a set, but it took a while to get it, and it was a match point situation. You know, they can't afford that against a team like A&R.
It did take a while, but you also have to give props to them that they still carried on their mental to finally take set 3. That's a big thing, especially in a young team like Mr. Doza is. They're doing so well. I'm very happy. Pinhole Pond is going to be the 4th potentially last set if A&R takes it. Shelly, Ems, and Crow are going to be the bans for A&R, making me think Mr. Doza probably has the first pick here. They're going to go with the poker again. It did work out just in Hot Zone. It's a great pick here in Pinhole Pond as well, but A&R still has a lot of options here that are open. They do like to go with the Stu. Shelly, Bend, already like that one. At least they don't have it, but they still can go with a lot of aggression. Carl would be open, for example, as well.
I would like to see a poker ban here, because like I was saying, coming in, like, kills was what really carried Mr. Doza. And A&R would absolutely be aware of that. And Poco is a very good brawler to have, and Brawl often banned for that reason. Needs are going to come in for A&R. I mean, that is always a scary prospect, isn't it? I mean, you know, with Bruce the Bear having the faux fur on the gadget side and potential stuns, you can heal yourself, but the Hyper Bear as well, potentially. Normally for me, I prefer Bear with me as a star power in Brawl, because it's able to really assert your authority better, but I quite like the way that, you know, at least A&R are prioritizing that Shelly ban, especially in Brawl. We've seen it just left open too many times for my liking, for sure.
Mine as well.
Aggressive. They are lacking range on the side of A&R. Big time, and that's going to be a concern. They're going to have something in the mid as their 3rd and final pick here. But so far, you know, those aggressive ideas in Brawl will tend to pay off.
As I said, A&R really likes to go aggressive on this map, usually going with Stu or Carl. On the other side, we already have the Poco, so they can go with a tank now, which is Emric's favorite thing to do. And A&R kind of missing some damage here. Like, need a good tank counter, can cycle bears easily off of tanks, but with Stu, if it's the only brawler still alive, the tank is just gonna have a stroll through the park, walking it in. Let's see, and yeah, there's the tank, there's the Max. I do like the comp coming in from Mr. Doza, potential to maybe making another 3-2, which was my prediction.
They've got a comp now that makes a lot of sense when you look at the bans, because I feel like they've actually kind of just been allowed what they wanted to run. The M's, the Spike, and the B being banned. No, that doesn't leave any options. Otis is kind of got to be for A&R, and if they go with that, they're going to be lacking so much range. Carl going to come in. Is that going to be enough to really handle the Ashe? Is anything going to really be able to handle this combo between the Max and the Ashe with the heals? I'm not too sure. I'm really not. I feel like A&R maybe have underestimated this draft and not really seen through the fine lines. And there are still options to counter the Ashe. I mean, even just, you know, going with a Sam wouldn't be the worst of things to be able to counteract that particular interaction. But the Protective Pirouette is going to have to carry so much value in this game. And true, Carl's got the range. It can chip away, but against the speed, heal, and tankier comp, I just don't know how convinced I am. They're going to have to go in so guns blazing, get an early goal, and then just pocket the ball and pray.
I both agree and disagree with you on that one, simply because A&R didn't react at all to what Mr. Doza was picking. They just went with whatever they felt comfortable with, but it worked out before, right? They got every single set so far, apart from Hot Zone, simply because they might just be mechanically a bit in the better spot here. They can go with what they are used to play, disregarding to whatever Mr. Doza is showing them. So far, so good though for Mr. Doza. They do get mid control and another takedown here. Salty going in aggressively, almost walking it in there. Rama gets the takedown last second. Good first try though for Mr. Doza.
I don't know how A&R defended that, to be completely honest, but defend it they did. And it is better with me being ran by Rama. I do like that. It's going to provide some survivability and some heals. Rama, though, left all alone in 3 versus 1. It's going to be a pass through for Emmerich and an easy walk-in. No stuns available. Nothing that they can really do to defend it on that singular instance. And that is going to be a great start for Mr. Doza.
It is going to be, and that's exactly what happened now. Stu, the only man left standing, and he just can't defend the pure HP that Emmerich is putting up against him there, together with Salty. Dorian, this time around on the poker. He's running, screeching solo, but the heal's still coming in clutch. Salty now with the speed up. Mr. Doza again with the mid control. It doesn't look good for A&R right now.
Doesn't at all. Got some time to breathe, but not that long, as Emmerich is going straight for the jugular of Rama. Bear now is going to give a bit of time. Nob keeps down Emmerich low to 18 HP, and Dorian can't find the super to be able to help out and heal him up. But at the moment, Mr. Doza will have the goal. They can just simply pocket that and allow the aggressiveness of A&R to just feed into the utility, which they can then provide over. These heals and speed is going to be the key, and if Salty gets super, you know, Mr. Doza can get out of this. He didn't connect it though. Catastrophe potentially forming here as Rama goes in. Salty low, Bear coming in as well. This could look like a great opportunity if A&R can get themselves together here.
Emmerich, the last man standing, trying to defend there, gets taken out thanks to that stun coming in from the Nietzsche. Well played by A&R there, 20 seconds left on the clock. Now we have Unbreakable Walls also breaking overtime, meaning A&R potentially have the better comp here for overtime.
Yeah, great healing and speed is going to put them into a great spot going into overtime here with the ball. Is left behind. Emmerich is low as well, but he's got the speed as a result of the rage. Phase shift away from Salty, and the ball is still remaining there. A chance to be able to defend this now as A&R go into overtime. It's actually Mr. Doza that are looking more weak and weary. Flying hook available too, by the way.
They do have to fall back now. A&R looking good. They do have 2 supers in their hands. Nebis going in aggressively, almost getting taken out himself. Gets the takedown onto Dorian instead. Roma gets the ball and super! What an opening there. Mr. Doza did not see that one coming. Starting off so strong in Brawl Ball, but in the end, it's going to be A&R with another match point.
They shouldn't be allowed to make these plays. You know, this is just a comp that can just overthrow things so early, and you can see with that goal just how difficult it is realistically for A&R to defend. That's why it's got to be, you know, tied up before overtime for me on the side of Mr. Doza. And they were looking better. They looked so comfortable at the early outset, and now A&R have got momentum. You can see them making the moves now. The heals are still coming in from Dorian, but as time goes on, will they continue to do so? That gadget will deplete an attempt that was made by Avis, but the speed coming in now is going to be a difficult thing for A&R to be able to respect. He might even just try to walk it all the way through. Heals coming in, not enough though, as A&R defend.
That attempt from Mebius was a bit shakily looking. I don't know if that was the correct decision. Almost a score there from Mr. Doza once again. 30 seconds in the game. Now they're getting pushed back as A&R have supers, all 3 of them. Nob looking into getting another stun off here. Salty out, getting out of the way. Still gets taken out here. Emmerich, the last man standing, but he's not in the way. Nob sneaking that goal in. 1-0 for A&R.
Great footwork, great positioning there from A&R. Speed from Salty, as Mr. Doza do need to get a goal here. A&R a match point. They've got to respond now, and this could be the time for it. Emmerich's full HP. Rat's going out now as well, but Bruce Bear and Gadget stunned will connect. Bear with me, star power, just speeding over to then Nob into the mid. Keeps him very much present in this battle, but Dorian has got the heal now. They want to try and synergize it with Salty ideally, but at the moment, just Rama chipping away into the mid, and Nob trying to just earn another Bruce Bear. Maybe this might be making the move on the left-hand side. Flying hook in and does so. Protects the pirouette. When he gets the takedown, Salty, no! 190 HP, Salty survives.
But Emmerich is falling there amidst the complete map control from Mr. Doza. Gone, A&R in a great position here. 1-0 up, and they only need to defend or score another one to get this one, to take this home 3-1. Another stun coming in, not hitting Emmerich this time around, but not so easily gets his super back every single time. Roma mid, getting another takedown onto Dorian. 2v3 situation, A&R 1 up, and they have 30 seconds left to make it a 2-0 score even.
Emmerich is getting battered here. He goes down. Maybe this will try to get the pass through potentially here for not to even receive a super pass. The super from Dorian will whittle things down as the Bruce Bear comes in, pushing everyone to the right-hand side. But it is Mr. Doza that have got to make the move. They're the ones that are behind and will be losing this whole series unless they score without this time on the clock in their favor. I just don't see how they can, but they're going to try to make the play for it. Speed coming in from Salty. 5 seconds approaching. Can they get this ball towards the goal? 3 seconds. The pass is denied. Rama gets in the way and gives the protester for good measure as A&R take it.
Rama with the star player, rightfully so. A&R takes it 3-1, and I'm kind of happy and sad for Mr. Doza at the same time. 3-1 in both matches they played so far. It was very close. I feel like they can do better in the next few weeks. What are your thoughts, Trev?
I mean, Mr. Doza did better than I thought they would, to be honest, but A&R really did clutch up in the first game, definitely brought one back in, you know, the last few seconds before overtime, and then they just had that better overtime comp in the end. It was a lovely pass through as well for him to get that ball in the first one, but overall, I think A&R did deserve it. You know, we came into this one thinking they were going to 3-0, or at least me and Ark did. And it was a 3-1, so we weren't too far off. You weren't too far off thinking it was a 3-2, because that could have quite easily gone all the way. As Mr. Doza really are showing us some worth. You know, they've had a couple of good games against a couple of good teams, and they've done all right.
Honestly, it was a great way to close out the entire first week of the challenge, because that's the first quarter now done. And like you said a few times now, Sunny, we haven't had a sweep yet. It's been a really close back and forth competition. Just this region right now is so competitive. I mean, you look very happy about it.
I do look very happy about it. I am very happy about it.
Okay, we're gonna take a look back at our leaderboard here. And it's Zeta, SK, and A&R, the only teams that have managed to remain flawless here, Trev. Feels fitting so far?
I think so. You know, that Zeta and SK especially have been playing very, very well. A&R, they did very well against Navi yesterday, but I feel like maybe they had a little bit of an easier matchup today, obviously over the top of Zeta Division and SK. But I think all of them deserve that 2-0. Team Queso and Navi just blow them with 1-1, and then all the rest of them on 0-2, who are definitely looking quite sad at the moment. Humble and Foot Esports, I wouldn't have expected them to be in this position, but at the moment, unless they put their ideas up, they do deserve to be down there.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried actually for Foot. I mean, they're down in 8th, but technically it's tied down the bottom as well.
Right.
But, you know, we did expect to see a bit more from them. They had tougher matches, though. You know, so in the coming weeks, they've got that bit of cushioning to fall back on. But if they have an upset, and this could have happened last year, which was what the former Tribe Gaming EU roster, they had like that kind of shaky start, but then one match just didn't go their way, and it did prove costly. So they now can't afford any mistakes, and I just kind of worry in that regard, because they're going to have to really kind of make some changes in regards to how they're approaching things, whether it's in the draft or the way that they kind of go in with their mental. They are a team which really should be in that top 4 for me.
All right, well, we have a sneak peek at the schedule for next time, so we can get a little bit of a feel for what we could potentially be looking forward to as far as matchups go.
Ooh.
You like the first match, kicking things off with a good one there for Zeta and SK?
That's a very, very good game, and it's a big decider to see who's going to be at the top of that leaderboard as well. Foot versus A&R, another incredible match after that as well. Navi versus Mr. Doza should be Navi-sided, I'd imagine, but that bottom game is very good as well. And, you know, week in, week out, we're having incredible matchups. And as you know, we've said we're yet to have a sweep, and it looks like it might remain the same throughout game day number 3.
And it looks like you finally get to cast a very good match there, right? At the start, Trev.
Thankfully.
We'll change the rotation.
Thankfully. Until I get kicked out of that first cast spot, I'll be looking forward to it.
Okay, well, I mean, we are almost done with the show today. Obviously, before we go, guys, don't forget to make sure that you're following us on all of our social media platforms. We've got Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Make sure you're watching us on all of our live streams so you can keep up to date with every single scoreline, because after seeing that schedule, I don't think next week is going to get any less exciting by any means. So just make sure that you're on top of all that. And then if you want to join our community, obviously join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to hang out with us, talk about everything that's happening in the Snapdragon Pro Series, talk all things Brawl Stars. It's definitely a really fun place to see us. Now, before we sign off and say goodnight, any final thoughts from the very first week of the challenge, guys? It's done.
I mean, it was a great week. It really was. We've had a lot of fun. It's been like all the matchups. Just to reiterate again, we haven't had a sweep yet. All the matchups have been so good, and we've been given an absolute treat of a first week in my eyes.
Honestly, I couldn't ask for more. You know, I really expected there to be some more one-sided affairs. We haven't had that. You know, even when the scoreline, you know, in that last matchup looked very much one-sided, the gameplay wasn't. There's moments being made on both sides every single time. Some really phenomenal performances from everyone, and just like what we come to expect from the Snapdragon Pro Series. Just fantastic Brawl Stars.
It's really nice to see that all of the competitors are looking so strong, making every single game a close one. I love to see that. And as well, again, the new teams are showing us some new drafts. We didn't agree with all of them, but they showed us that it can work out. So I'm incredibly stumped by this first week already. I'm so happy we have 3 more to go.
I mean, I can't say it any better myself, which means it's time for us to sign off for the night. We have 3 of our teams right now tied at the top of our leaderboard, but after seeing that schedule for week number 2, things are going to get shaken up once we kick it off. So make sure that you are here checking out all of the action, because it's going to be another very exciting week. Of course, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping us make this entire thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here in the studio, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.